Me.
Oh shit. What's popping, man? What's popping? Let me see them chat. Let me see them comments, man. Let me see them comments, man. All right. 900 subs, y'all. 900 subs, man. Tell a friend, tell an enemy. Tell a friend, tell a foe, nigga. You know what I'm saying? Tell a pimp, tell a hoe, nigga. Yeah, man. Oh, I'm lighting up the night, nigga. Lighting up the night, man. Everywhere I go. Everywhere I go. All these groups, you know what I'm saying? Everywhere online. All these groups I'm in. All these niggas that I'm following. Was good. Was good, people. Was good. So everybody want to give Pookie and Ray Ray attention. So we're going to talk about this nigga. I made a video about Pookie and Ray Ray before niggas gave a fuck about my channel, right? And I wasn't on camera, but I'm going to do this shit again, motherfucker. Yeah, I'll be handing out some wrenches, man. Yeah, man. You know what I'm saying? Let me make sure I'm synced up with this audio. Okay. Let me know if I'm not synced up with this audio, man. The audio should be going right into the camera. All right. This is some cheap shit. This is factory smokes. Okay. I just want to let y'all know when y'all see me smoking, I'm not a smoker. All right. Shout out to my man Chris Jackson. I gotta have him in here one day because he is a true aficionado of cigars. I gotta have my man, you know what I'm saying, on here, and we're gonna have a grown man cigar discussion. All right. But tonight we talk about Pookie, Ray Ray, the educated lane, and the good black man. Okay? The good black man. All right? I say it with parentheses. Okay? The good black man. I'm sick of this shit, man. I'm tired of this bullshit, man. All right? Shout out to my man Shane. Yo, I'm going to open this up. So I want y'all to stick around. We opening this shit up tonight. There will be a panel. After I say what I got to say and get my shit off, there will be a panel. So stick around. Mr. Chauvinistic, definitely, man. Definitely catch the replay. But thank you for jumping in here. Thank you for fucking with me. I want to appreciate everybody. 900 subs, man. That means y'all give a fuck what I'm talking about. All right? Whether we agree or disagree, you know what I'm saying? If you got smoke, put it in the chat. Or if I open it up, you know, spit your game, talk your shit. All right? Now, I don't even got my motherfucking images set up, right? But yo, y'all seen that shit with Chris Brown, man? So another bitch lied on this nigga. Another one, right? Another woman lied on this man. This man been accused of rape how many times now? You know, believe her, right? Believe her. How many times this man been accused of rape? Shout out to Mr. Donnie Mac. Yo, shout out to Dr. T.S.I. Johnson. Shout out to BGS Idmore. Shout out to the Bit of Truth Show. Shout out to the Green Gorilla Channel. All these my peoples. You gonna see me on they shit? Hey, the reason I'm here, they done dragged me off of Facebook. Facebook kept banning my ass for talking this shit. Truth is hate speech. Okay? So, yeah, man. 1,000 coming up. 1,000 subs, man. We gonna get to them super chats very soon. Dom, I see you. You know I'm gonna drag your ass in here. You know that. So anyway, just so you know, Mr. Donnie Mac, when I'm on the doctor's channel, I gotta play it nice. That's the doc channel, man. All right. I ain't gonna say nothing crazy on Doc channel. But in this motherfucker, all right, that's what we do. This is what we do. All right. That's why it's BM, fellas. I don't play no games. I'm about it. Straight up. Right? So now, before I get into this Pookie shit, this Ray Ray shit, this educated lane shit, you know, these are all terms that spawn off the internet. Yes, Dominique, Dom, yes, I should be investigated. You know what I'm saying? I violate community guidelines. Violate them shits. I'm a repeat offender. I don't give a fuck. Okay? My moms used to whip my ass for saying the wrong shit. So one day your mom's gonna get you in trouble. Used to whoop my ass. Used to grab me up like this. Maybe my brother's in the chat somewhere. Maybe he's watching because I did tag him. And he used to watch me get hemmed up like this for telling my mama, niggas broke. Pour out this bitch. Niggas broke. You give a fuck, man. Don't ask me shit if you don't want the answer. So anyway, did y'all see that shit with Chris Brown? And for those who follow me, all you subscribers, check out my community tab. So all the shit that I can't post on Facebook without getting 30 days, right? Check out the community tab. The community tab is where it's popping. Y'all like these videos, but check the community tab. Most of the memes is straight from me, right? Check the community tab. But have y'all seen this Chris Brown shit? Somebody tell me, have they seen the Chris Brown shit? You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna pull that shit up, man. Chris Brown shit, fucking terrible, man. They done accused this motherfucker of rape at least like 2 or 3 times. And every time it happens, they like, got him, right? They go hard, right? You see what your boy Trey Songz going through. But every time they come at Chris Brown, you find out bitch is lying. And then everybody get quiet. Everybody get quiet. Chris Brown is the OJ Simpson of domestic violence. They're gonna keep coming at that motherfucker like the World Trade until they tear his tower down. I'm telling you, they not finished with him. They're not finished with him, man. They bring up some comments. Let me bring them up. They want to take Chris Brown down so bad as they always felt something happened. Look at Jussie. They rushed to believe him and tossed him under the bus. And black men called it out first. Yup. But nobody believes us. Nobody believes us. Hey, look, man. We say it. Motherfuckers be like, And then they, you know what I'm saying? They fucking suffer. Nobody believes us. Nobody listens to us. Fuck it. Let them suffer. I tell my peoples all the time, man. Yo, shout out to Rob if he's watching. I tagged you, Rob. Now I ain't talking about Rob Bernardo. I'm talking about my man Rob Stokes. But Rob, Revolutions, if you're watching, you know, hit a comment or something. But yeah, man. Yo, man, they keep coming at my nigga. They keep coming up breezy. Yo, we're still the face of everything. We're still the face of rape. Yeah, I said the word on YouTube. This shit getting demonetized. I'm only saying it once though. All right, so that's the word. All right, so grape juice. That's gonna be the word. Yeah, we're still the face of grape juice. Diego, I see you. Why you made me do that to that girl on Facebook, man? That's your fault, man. It's your fault. Diego Thomas, I see you. Here, let me bring your comment up. That's great. Diego, you made me go at that girl, your friend or whoever she is on Facebook, man. I didn't want to do that to her, man, but she shot first. So anyway, So my man got a audio tape of the chick begging for dick. Begging for the dick. She said he forced her to take. Begging for dick. Begging for dick. Begging for dick, man. Chris Brown. I just gotta get this dick again. Chris Breezy. You know what I'm saying? And they talk about, these girls like, false accusations hardly happen. Who the fuck are you talking to? Diego, you know the business we come from? I'm talking to Diego Thomas. See, Diego is from the business I'm from. He's from the industry I'm from. Our business was women. You had to tiptoe. Shit. Look, I know this shit out about me. Diego, you ain't been in this game and have not heard my name in some bullshit. I'm aware. I'm aware. But I'ma just say, yeah, Diego, check this out, Diego. Okay, 9 times out of 10, and I can say it now, right? I can say it now. It's 2022. Nobody gives a fuck. It's a different era. You know what I'm saying? But a lot of chicks was mad they ain't get covers, right? A lot of chicks mad they didn't get covers. Yo, my ego, he said a couple times, but I can't see it in the way you carry yourself. My ego, bro. One thing they did get right. One thing them bitches do get right. is I'm an asshole. Yeah. Girl walked in my office. You're an asshole. Look, these girls, it's the cast and couch, man. I hear about, what you call it? When I hear about, what's his name? Harvey Weinstein. The fact that this man could change your life by putting you in films. Change your whole life. It puts what I did for women like this in comparison. Right? Diego, we took pictures. I published a mag, right? It's not a film. That's not a movie. I mean, my shit was state to state, but it's not the same thing, right? It's millions when it comes to a man like Weinstein. You can't tell me chicks wasn't throwing shit at him. If what he could do was what he could do, and what I was dealing with these girls on my level, on our level, the shit that we was dealing with, you couldn't tell me that this man wasn't getting super draws thrown at him. I appreciate it. Hey, look. Shameless plug, baby. It's right here. All right? Shameless plug. Y'all seen it before. Those who have seen it. But anyway, moving right along. You can't tell me, and Bitter Truth Show. Oh, yeah, another one. I got the whole industry in tonight. You can't tell me, all right? Oh, no doubt. You can't tell me that bitches ain't throwing themselves at these guys. Can't tell me. Chris Breezy? Trey Songz? Yo, I don't think I'm Trey Songz. And Diego, I have stories. I got stories. Shout out to Masade Bay, Bitter Truth Show, another man responsible for me on YouTube. Hey, Bay, you already know. Okay? We got stories. All right? I had a studio in Midtown Manhattan. Oh, Green Gorilla. Oh, don't go nowhere, you. GG, you stay your ass right there. We talk about the Pookie, the Ray Ray, and the Educated Lame tonight. But right now, we talking about Chris Brown and his second or third, somebody tell me, second or third rape accusation, where he, lucky enough, had the bitch on tape and proved his innocence. I bet you none of these motherfuckers is going, vindicate this man. I see you, Shane. I see you. Just DM me when you get in. No motherfucking, media outlet is going to vindicate this man. Yeah, Diego, I'm going to hit you up on that. We got stories, nigga. You know what I'm saying? My phallus has been in some wonderful places. Anyway. So, yeah, man. SYSBM all day, right? But yeah, man. They need motherfucking something. They need to do something about this, man. There needs to be some sort of protocol for false accusations, man. They need to see, yes, provider mail is dead, definitely. They need a protocol for false accusations. This shit is getting ridiculous. Right? This shit is getting ridiculous, man. All right. What else going on in the news this week? Y'all? You got what your man Ryan Coogler. Ryan Coogler walks into a bank to pull out what, 13 grand or some shit like this. And they pull him, they call the cops on him. They hold him in the bank, tell him, hey, man, we'll be right with you. My man, look what my man do. My man swipes his ATM card. You know how when you go to the bank now, you swipe your ATM card into your PIN at the window. Give them your ID. Hey, hold on right here, bro. Right? Go, come back. Police handcuff this motherfucker. Right. Hybrid Ninja. You beat me to it. Black woman called the cops on Ryan Coogler, the director of Black Panther, because he came to the bank to pull out some money. Black woman called the cops on him. ID, PIN number, ATM card. Call the cops on him. It's some Black Karen shit. It's some Keisha shit. Right? Fuck going on? Now, oh shit, Lionel Irvin. Oh shit. What's good, bro? Yo, check this out. Right? Check this out. They they hemmed him up, they cuffed him, dragged him outside. He spoke to the cops. Diego, we ain't done with that false accusation shit because that shit even extends into our business. Right? Because I've heard stories about me, I've heard stories about others. You know what I mean? But at any rate, so yeah, woman is on tape, black woman is on tape telling the cops, good job. Lock that nigga up. Good fucking job. I hope he sues the shit out them. Hope the bitch get fired. I pull every dime I got out of that bank. That's Bank of America, y'all. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, David Carroll. Well, we gonna smoke one for David Carroll tonight. But anyway, so I'm gonna skip ahead. Let's get to It's 31 people in here. Let's get to the nitty gritty. Please give me some likes. Give me some likes, people. We got 31 people in here. Give me some likes. I'm begging for likes. I got my light cup out. Yeah, nobody likes apologizing to us. We about it, you know what I'm saying? Why nobody like apologize? Because nobody wants to admit being wrong about us. Nobody wants to admit being wrong. You know, oh, you're not the guys we said you were. But so, yeah, give me some likes, man. Give me some likes. So anyway, we about to address the topic. We're gonna have a discussion tonight, man, because I know some people are gonna have a difference of opinion with me tonight, right? So let me start here. I've been rocking with the Manosphere since there's been a Manosphere. I'm not saying I've been making this content on YouTube. I mean, I got video. I mean, no, not videos. I got blog talk discussions for 2010, 2011, talking about these issues. But I've been talking about these issues since I'm fucking 13, 14. But the Manosphere 1.0. I've been rocking with the Manosphere since there was a Manosphere on YouTube. So all those old school dudes, the Sergeant Willie Pete's and the Barbosas and, Thugticians and Thugticians one of my favorite niggas from 1.0. And then on later with Tommy Sotomayor and all that shit. Rock with all of them. Understand this. There's a shift. There's a small shift in what is Manosphere now. I don't know what 0.0 I am. You know what I'm saying? I don't know what manifestation or version of Manosphere is this, right? But there's a message. The message of the Manosphere is being altered a little bit. There's some things going on here, right? Understand this, right? So we talking about Pookie, Ray Ray, educated, lame, the good black man. Notice I didn't say simp because in some ways the simp and the good black man the same nigga, right? So when you're talking about the Manosphere ain't never been about saving the community. So for everybody that's new to the Manosphere, understand the Manosphere, even before the term SYSBM, the Manosphere has never been about saving the community. Remember, this shit was MGTOW, men going their own fucking way. Okay? That's what it used to be. But when this shit started, this shit was never about saving the community. You know what I'm saying? It wasn't about that. Fuck is y'all niggas talking about? Let me tell you something, bro. Look, I love being on YouTube, but I did this shit for free on Facebook. Listen, niggas send me super chats, cash apps, I'll take it. But at the end of the day, I don't give a fuck about going mainstream with this message. Hold me to this. Hold me to this. I would sit in front of Oprah and say what the fuck I'm saying right now. Understand? There's motherfuckers that are shifting and moving the goalposts because they want mainstream, reach. They want to be mainstream. Now, there's motherfuckers on YouTube I don't have a problem with. I ain't got a problem with their message. But the water's getting muddy. All right? So understand my position in GG. Me and GG have had this conversation before. I am not oblivious to the conduct or the behavior of criminals in areas where black people live. I'm not oblivious to it. In fact, I call it like I see it. It is what it is. The only issue that you'll hear me speak on when it comes to Pookie and Ray Ray is crime. Who's committing the crime? Shout out to Rob. I see you. Blacklight Revelations. Follow him. Right? Hybrid, we gonna get to that shit tonight. So okay, so this is what I'm gonna do, y'all. Because I've been tapped on the shoulder. I promised my man Denmark I wasn't gonna call names tonight. All right. Y'all can call all the names y'all want. Y'all call all the names y'all want, but y'all gonna know who I'm talking about. Understand that, again, this Pookie and Ray Ray conversation, as it relates to Black women, right? If you want to say, well, Pookie and Ray Ray is causing the most damage, I'm with it. Just understand. In an SYSBM discussion, nobody gives a fuck about Pookie and Ray Ray. Nobody gives a fuck about Pookie and Ray Ray. I want to define some things, right? And again, anybody who has a different opinion, stick around, because I'm bringing niggas up. See, I ain't Uncle whoever. I'll bring you up. I'll let you talk. And if you got smoke, bring the smoke. Shit got to make sense, though. Right? So understand. If you are saving yourself, Black man, Pookie and Ray Ray are irrelevant. Okay? Now, SYSBM can mean whatever you want it to be. I've said it before. I'll say it again. SYSBM, save yourself. Save yourself. Other people say, well, saving yourself is saving the community. No, it's not. Many people before us tried it, saved the community. You got motherfuckers with gray shit growing out their head, tried saving Black people, tried saving the community. Understand the community is Pookie them and the women that we're saying we don't want to fuck with. If you're talking like you got an issue, either one or two things is going on. Either you're trying to save the community because you live there, right? Because you live there. I forgot the kid's name, but he used a video from Thugtician, over 10 years old. Thugtician is saying the same shit. I'll post a link when this shit is done. Thugtician said, yo, the only reason you would want to, cooperate, collaborate, meet in the middle with these chicks is because you are sharing, the same space. And if you are having issues with Pookie and Ray Ray, you are sharing the same bitches with Pookie and Ray Ray. You are sharing the same environment with Pookie and Ray Ray. You are competing with Pookie and Ray Ray. Now, if Pookie and Ray Ray bring the shit to your front door, I suggest you pull out your hammer and blast Pookie and Ray Ray in the face. Uh, 777 Jamfar. We gonna get to that. So let's yeah. So Dr. Claude Anderson is the man who I referred got gray shit growing out his head who tried to save the community. He tried. Right? So, yeah. So let me address this comment. Pookie and Ray Ray didn't emerge from a vacuum. They are literally protected and insulated by black women and mothers until it's too late or they become too much. I'll give you a step further. They are created by them. Pookie and Ray Ray are created by black women. I've been saying this shit on Facebook forever. I'm in these groups, niggas talking about, yo, we got to get rid of Pookie. Got to get rid of him. Get rid of him. How? What you going to do? What you going to do? You going to pull a Kyle Rittenhouse on Pookie? All this fantasy island bullshit. Y'all in the house talking, typing Twitter fingers on Facebook and all of the social media talking about one day y'all going to emerge and get rid of Pookie. Y'all ain't doing shit. You ain't doing shit. And this is why I'm doing these videos about creating high value. Now, is everybody going to be six-figure niggas? No. But I need motherfuckers to stop competing with Pookie and Ray Ray. Women are complaining about Dusties. Who you think they're talking about? Are you competing with the Dusty? Understand, black women's problems come from Pookie and Ray Ray. I say it all the time. He's the motherfucker knocking them up. He's the motherfucker knocking them upside the head. He's the motherfucker deleting their ass. Right? And then they blame you. They don't say Pookie and Ray Ray did it. They say black men did it. Right? But then I get the quote unquote educated lames. How educated are you if you're competing with the dusty nigga for pussy? You want dusty pussy? Now, growing up, let me tell you something. Without going into this too much, because it sounds like some braggy shit, but nigga, I done fucked with thug niggas, drug dealers, Pookie niggas, Ray Ray niggas, bitches. These niggas are not the end all be all. The women are complaining about them. The girl comes up to me one time. I'm fucking with this one chick. Hey, I ain't never fuck with a nigga like you. Cause you a clean nigga. You fuck Dusties. Let me strap up. Cause I'm a fuck. Yeah, I'm a fuck. I'm here. Fuck it. I'm fucking. You know what I'm saying? I tapped. Kept it moving. Why the fuck? Why? This is the conversation. Every time I'm in any of these groups, and I'm looking at dudes complaining about Pookie and Ray Ray, that conversation overrides anything that's really affecting black men as a group. We don't talk about anything important. If you notice, all these videos that I'm doing, I'm not complaining about thug niggas. I acknowledge them. Two things could be true at the same time. Understand, these niggas are a problem. If they're a problem for you, extract yourself from the environment. I get motherfuckers telling me everybody ain't gonna be able to leave, Marcus. The fuck you want me? Save yourself, nigga. Nobody's coming to save you. Somebody with a wrench, get the bot out of here. I need some more likes. Feed me with likes, people. Understand, right? Understand this. Nobody's coming to save you. I don't want to hear about, well, everybody ain't going to be able to do this. Everybody ain't going to be high value. If you want to chill in Pookie's kingdom and compete with him for his women, if you want to do that, I'm totally willing to let you. I got you. I'm totally willing to let you. Understand what SYSBM means. We are here having these discussions. I'm here to give you the game. Take it, do as you will. You disagree with me? I ain't got to do all of that. Okay. You will be competing with Dusties for bitches. Who's getting laid and who's not is not a men's issue. That is not politics. Niggas is getting shot in the fucking back by the police. And we're on the internet. And I'm debating motherfuckers who will want to tell me that Pookie is a bigger problem than simp niggas and white supremacy. Shout out to my man Ruffin. Me and Ruffin had a debate on who's worse, the Pookie or the simp. Who's worse, the Pookie or the simp? I've said it numerous times. I'll say it again. The simp is worse than Pookie. Oh, my fucking camera. The simp is worse than Pookie, y'all. And let me explain to you why. Okay? The simp is worse than Pookie, the so-called good black man. Okay? Because the so-called good black man, that motherfucker's everywhere. Pookie is limited. Pookie is limited. Okay? We have Simps in government. We got Simps in the police force. We got Simps who write fucking policy. Understand that? We got Simps who write policy. The Simps are writing laws and legislation. The Simps are the ones giving black women free money. Is Pookie doing this? Is Pookie writing laws? Is Pookie sitting behind the bench in the fucking courtroom? Is Pookie doing that? Look, Pookie's here. If you go here, you escape Pookie. Ta-da! It's like magic. Dom, Pookie don't vote, and in some cases he can't. Pookie don't even sometimes can't vote. A felon can't vote. You can't vote. You dig? So, grade 19, you now have a wrench, okay? Adam and Moore. Adam and Moore, you are a moderator. So, understand, right? Pookie can't vote. Pookie is a non-fucking factor. What are you worried about? Violence? Buy you a fucking gun or a dog. Are you telling me you can't move out the environment or protect yourself, fool? At all times. Save yourself. Pookie got guns. They don't sell guns? Don't give a fuck. Move somewhere where guns are legal. Get you a legal gun. Don't tell me you're an educated lame and you can't own a weapon. You might be the nigga you complaining about. I'm just saying. So yes, feminist vote. You in Nevada? Sup, homie? Oh yeah. Yeah. Oh yeah. All right. Sup, man? Nevada, baby. Silver State. Go somewhere, bro. It's America. You have options. Put your shit in a U-Haul and get the fuck away from Pookie. If you can't do that, kill yourself. Kill yourself. You're competing with Pookie. This is a who gets fucked and who don't argument. This whole Pookie shit is niggas fighting over pussy. And this is why our movements don't go nowhere. I've been waiting to do this video for a long fucking time. Now, me and Gigi go back and forth about, you know, Pookie and Ray Ray and who's doing this in the hood and this and that and who got to be dealt with, whatever. If you want to save the community, you go to war with Pookie and Ray Ray. Some people sympathize with Pookie and Ray Ray. Some people are Pookie and Ray Ray. If the community is important to you, save it. Do not task us. Do not draft us into your war. Niggas ain't interested. Because the veterans of the Pookie and Ray Ray or the community war will get just as good a treatment as anybody at the VA. Yeah. These cats don't want to say the community. They just want pussy. It's a lot of motherfuckers. A lot of motherfuckers are one dick suck away from being blue pill. Niggas be red pill one day when they mad at bitches, and then be blue pill tomorrow because a bitch winked at them. And there's a lot of dudes making content on YouTube that applies to. 1 minute they talking like these strags this and red pill language that. And then the next day they'll be like, black women aren't your enemy. You got to man up and take over your communities, black man, and raise your kids and tell them this and that. Motherfucker, you have to have access for that. You got to have access for that. We're not fighting black women. We're fighting the system here. It's the system that empowers the gynocracy. Without the system, you know, white supremacy. Because people are, Pookie is worse than white supremacy. For who, nigga? For who? Pookie ain't affected my life. I slapped Pookie wife in the face with a dick, homie. Pookie ain't never stopped me from fucking. Never. Not even his bitches. Pookie ain't never stopped me from, hey, I see you. Metaphors, I'm gonna need you in here later. Pookie ain't never stopped me from fucking. Understand. Fuck with me, people, because I'm going to tell you what you need to do to get around all that bullshit. He said, when Pookie in jail, we fucking nigga. What? This is the truest statement all night. Why that nigga in there doing that bid? Oh, nigga, I'm guilty as fuck on this. What? Are you kidding me? These kids want to know who the fuck is Marcus. That's mommy friend. That's mommy friend. You know, I come through, you know, I might put together a piece of furniture, you know what I'm saying? You know, let the kids go outside a minute. Pookie ain't cock blocking no ass. This is an argument being made by men who have issues getting women. If you want to talk to me about Pookie and Ray Ray, talk to me about how black men who are not Pookie and Ray Ray are being blamed for the shit that Pookie and Ray Ray do by black women on the world stage. Black women are telling people outside of our community that black men at large are doing to them what the men that they're fucking are doing. I did a video called the myth of the incel boogeyman about, you know, black women who say, oh, it's the men who are getting rejected that are killing us. No, bitch, it's the niggas you fucking. Any stat, shout out to Adam Midmore, any stat will tell you that most DV and intimate partner homicides, period, between men and women are fucking intimate. They're familiar. It ain't niggas ain't mad they ain't get your number. Educated lames. Now, Adam and Moore, you know, when we linked up on Facebook, I told you from the jump, some of these educated lames ain't educated. Some of these niggas just fucking lame. But we can fix that. Trust me. Listen, I ain't your dating coach and nothing. I ain't selling a package. This is, I just like to give it out. Okay? It's not that hard, especially now, nigga. Nigga, it was harder for us in the 90s to fuck these bitches than it is for y'all niggas. Everybody, what are we? Gen Z? What the fuck are we, Bay? We Gen Z. What generation are we? You telling me y'all niggas got a hard time fucking now? Nigga, porn is free. Yo, you got OnlyFans. Bitches is getting naked on Instagram. You know how hard it was when I put out my magazine to get bitches to wear a thong? Diego. Babe, tell these motherfuckers how hard it was to get a bitch to put a thong on and take a picture. Now they do it for nothing. The same hoes that didn't want to do my magazine is fucking on camera now. I can name them. You know how many reality TV show chicks and porn chicks came through my spot? Bro, I knew at some point I would get to an age where I could tell these stories. Well, I'm here, motherfucker. Understand, yo, in the 90s, early 2000s, shit was different. Now they talk about, normalized sex work. Diego, normalized sex work. Yo, what are we, through the looking glass? Are we in a parallel dimension? It's easy to fuck now. Automatic. Oh, look. Shout out to my man Automatic. See, I like the fact that I got motherfuckers on the internet that could verify me. Ain't no cap. Had he was in the studio with me. Okay, he was in the 42nd Street with me. What's up, O? Oh, knows how I get down. He knows how I give it up. We were some evil bastards in Midtown Manhattan. Okay? But anyway, at the end of the day, man, it's like, yeah, they felt all types of ways to even show minor skin for photos. These are the same girls that are swallowing dick on OnlyFans now, bro. The same ones. No, not a new crop. No, the same ones. You know what I'm saying? The same ones. Oh, Diego, I heard Derek Clegg passed, man. Rest in peace to Derek Clegg. Never met him, but he had some work. But yeah, monetize social media changed everything pay to play. But these girls, no, understand, these girls, when we was dealing with them, they was acting like they was like Sister Mary Francis or some shit. A lot of them. Had a lot of girls come through my spot. I used to sit them down. I'm like, listen, man, this is eye candy. This eye candy. Niggas want to see ass. Yeah, rest in peace. A legend in our game. Shout out, rest in peace, Derek Clegg, man. Derek Clegg. And me and Derek got some bitches in common, but that's all I'm gonna say. I would just leave it at that. Yeah, rest in peace, Derek Clegg. Rest in peace, Dwayne Fame Johnson. Fame Magazine. All right. But yeah, man. Bro, these chicks is easy to smash. Smashing is easy in 2022. It's easy. And I put a video up, Creating High Value. Watch that because there's a volume 2 coming. Yes, room 42, brother. Room 42, man. Oh, shit. I got the flyers from the parties we used to do. Yes, my bad. So, anyway, back to the Pookie and Ray Ray shit. Pookie and Ray Ray, the Pookie and Ray Ray argument that we got to stop, get rid of Pookie and Ray Ray. Just understand, ain't nobody acting like these ain't the women's top choice. Black women tell us straight up, yo, we like Pookie and Ray Ray. That's what they say. That's what they say. I'm not going to pretend that it's not what it is. It is that. Right? Understand these are the motherfuckers that are causing the havoc. But understand, Pookie and Ray Ray is a result of black women. He is created by black women. He is cultivated by black women. Cultivated by black women in these neighborhoods. And it's not limited to class. Shout out to my man Hassani, because we talk about this shit all the time. This is the culture. Black women get the most available sperm in the hood, which is niggas that ain't doing shit with their lives. Because niggas with shit to lose ain't just, most of them are not just busting up in a bitch. More than half black men in America do not have children. Niggas ain't just skeeting off in bitches for sport. More black women have children than black men. More than half. These are stats I could pull up. More than half of us don't have kids. And almost half of the ones that do are married. Matter of fact, I'd say half because it's 35. So if more than half, no, let me pull that back. If more than half of black men don't have kids, all that's left is less than 50%. You take 30 away from that, that's more than half of that. Half of 50 is 25, nigga. Pardon my fuck up. Right? 54.6% black men single childless. We did this on Facebook, bro. Hard text data CDC. Don't argue with me. It's 54%. Less than half have kids, and less than half of that are single men, meaning unwed men. 30% of black men are married. That's a 54 plus 30 what? 30, maybe 33, 34% of black men married in the country. So your unwed father amount is this. It's this shit. What you got left? So niggas ain't skeeting in bitches for sport. So what do you have left? I done told motherfuckers, I say, yo, 10% of black men in this country. They like to, oh my God, all the black men that are in jail. I was a CEO. You can't lie to me about who's in jail. I'm an ex-corrections officer. You can't tell me there's more black men in jail than white men. Ain't that many black men here. It's impossible. What they like to do is they like to play that per capita shit. If there were as many black men in America as white men, but there ain't, motherfucker. It's only 10% of us in prison, incarcerated. 10%, and they make up for more of the baby daddies, the multiple partner fertility births in America, in Black America. The felons have more children with more women than niggas on the street. These are the niggas y'all competing with. And we say, don't fuck with single mom. No, don't wife single mamas. You can give them all the dick you want. I do. You give single mamas all the dick you want. They could take it. They done delivered babies. They can take a dick. Trust me. They can take a dick. Right? He said fellas got more kids per capita. But fellas, understand. I want you to understand because, you know, a lot of people make this argument. It's niggas on the internet talking about the Pookies and Ray Rays must be stopped from doing what? That's not your issue. You want to fight Pookie and Ray Ray, you might as well go to Ukraine and fight that war. They both are as relevant to you as the other. One is as relevant to you as the other. You fighting Pookie and Ray Ray. Understand if Pookie and Ray Ray ain't fucking them bitches, Brad will. It's not about you. You will never be the choice, not first choice, of women who like Pookie. Shout out to 318 Showtime. Yeah, man. Don't miss that community tab, y'all, because that's where I post all the fuck shit. I post all the fuck shit on this community tab, man. Don't miss the community tab or scroll. You'll see my shit. Scroll. I'm just saying at the end of the day, this is who you're competing with. Your real enemy is the simps and white supremacy. Because they do things that affect your life. Pookie ain't shit. Pookie can't do shit to you. Shoot Pookie in the fucking face. And we on Facebook. I got reach for the 9, but I'm not going to pull a bang out on YouTube. Get you peace. If you got issues with Pookie and Ray Ray, fucking with you. I don't want to hear niggas cry about Pookie and Ray Ray getting pussy over you. I don't want to hear that. Not in a SYSBM conversation. Do you walk down the street and snatch crumbs from homeless people? I don't. Do you snatch crumbs from the homeless? I want to know. I feel a way when women compare me to the niggas they taking dick from, calling me dusty. Anytime a woman calls you a dusty and it's apparent that you're not a dusty, that means they can't tell a difference between the dicks they sucking and you. Women let you know who they fucking by what they complain about. Now, we talk a lot about black women because most of us are fucking black women. But I should not hear about you complaining about Pookie or anybody else. Again, we talk about select men. It's very important that you understand what makes a man select. A lot of that is attributes you can acquire. How do I know? How do I know? Because bitches wasn't fucking with me when I was in high school. It wasn't no ladies, man. I wish my brother was here, man. My brother need to jump on this motherfucker. My brother got all the pussy. I wish I could pull up one of my little pictures. Matter of fact, yeah, y'all gonna clown me tonight. When I was in high school, was not that nigga. Okay? Was not the dude. All right? These are not things, attributes that you cannot acquire. I don't give a fuck at this age. Okay? Understand what makes a man select is something that can be affected, just like a woman can lose weight and get her body right and become that bitch. Understand? I want y'all to understand this. He said Marcus was a Tyrone in high school. Hell nah. Hell nah. Hell nah. That is a lie, brother. I wish I could tell you that lie. I wish I could tell you that lie, bro. Girls did not fuck with me in high school. They did not. That is a fact. Okay? Once you learn, I had a nigga that was fucking everything in my high school. He put me onto the game. And he wasn't no Pookie. He was a pretty boy. See, I learned pretty boy shit from a pretty boy nigga. If you can't be Pookie, hey, be a pretty nigga. It's easy. You ain't got to be out there thugging. You just got to be pretty. I was taught by a pretty boy, man. Shout out to my nigga Craig, baby. That nigga was fucking all the bitches I wanted in my class. All the bad chicks. And these are the same. All the chicks he fucked in high school is offering me pussy now. It's something I smashed someone. I smashed someone. I was not the dude in high school. Some of y'all are not the dude now. That's cool. It's me in high school. Hold on, it's too bright. It's me in high school. It's not a cool guy. It's not a cool guy. It's me in high school. All right? See my flat top? All right, get your laughs in. Get all your laughs. Go ahead. Let it out. You see that shirt? Hold on. Let me brighten this up. You see that shirt? I had overalls. This is a high school photo. Say junior high school, right? Let me increase this. All right. You see that shirt? My mother's fashion choices were terrible. He said, it looks like a 90s Tyrone. Look, Broken Blade, I see you. Say, I look far worse, trust me. Yo, this kid here got no pussy. None. Zero. This guy in the picture is a virgin. He wasn't fucking. No, this is not a freshman photo. This is at least a sophomore photo. I always had a young face, right? It's not fucking. Said Marcus looked like he played in juice with that flat top. I'm the guy. I'm telling you. You don't want to talk to the game coaches. These motherfuckers was the niggas fucking in high school, 8 feet tall and basketball players. You want to talk to me? I went from nothing to something. Okay? Understand? Fuck Pookie. Our issue is not who's getting black women. We got bigger issues in America. Black men. We're going to withdraw money from the bank and getting arrested. We got bitches lying on us about sex assaults. I'm not thinking about Pookie, y'all. Let's knock this shit off, man. Because this is a man versus man. Understand, with all the shit we got against us, this is a man versus man thing. Now, I remember when I was talking to Green Gorilla about this, he was like, yo, this is putting down black men. No. Pookie is the problem in the hood. Or thugs, I should say. Let me be clear. Thugs. I like to say the word thug because thug is specific. Pookie could be any street, ragtag nigga, but thugs. Thugs are the problem in the hood. Women say specifically they like thugs. And they're the ones that get killed the most, more so than any other group of women in America. They also kill us the most. Nobody gives a fuck about that. But I address the reality of thugs. But that's not what I see in these groups being complained about. And that's not what I'm seeing guys on YouTube doing. All right? I jump on dudes' lives and they want to talk about thugs and we got to get rid of Pookie and Pookie is the... I'm like, motherfucker, you from the hood. Nigga, you rapping at the beginning of your shit. Now, this ain't about to turn into an Angry Man video. Shout out to Valdez. That motherfucker been going in. I'm going to leave it to him. His platform bigger than mine. Understand, my man. If you're making an anti-Pookie argument based on black women, you are basically saying you are somehow pussy deficient, pussy handicapped, socially awkward, or some shit like this. And we can solve those issues. Now, I was never socially awkward, but y'all seen that shirt and that fucking shit that I had on in that picture. I needed a makeover. And shout out to my cousin. All women made me over. Shout out to my cousin. Shout out to a homegirl, Carol. Shout out to a bunch of women. That was, what the fuck do I need to do? And they got my visual down. But Craig gave me the game. Now I'm about to bring some motherfuckers in here. Okay? About to bring some people in here. Let me get this link because we're gonna have this is gonna be a panel. We're gonna have a discussion, right? So I'm gonna grab. I need you, Dom. I need you, Bay. All right, we're gonna grab people in here, and then I'm gonna put the link out, and I'm gonna have some people jump up in here. Dom, I hope you're still there. Bay, I see you. You know what I'm saying? Let me put this link out. A couple of people. So I'm gonna hit some comments because I see y'all are talking to me. But yeah, man, I wanna know who's at odds with me with this. The chicks I rock with know them other dudes are runners up, but I let them know if you know what you have in me and choose to entertain the runners up, that says more about me than you. Okay, we got Dominique. Let's get both of us on the screen, right? Shout out to Bushido. Pookie Ray Ray, brother. What's going on?
And tonight, this Pookie and Ray Ray stuff just won't go away. This started back when Chrissy made that video in 2016, 2017 was around, I think January 2017 when she made that video, educated lanes failed to assert themselves. Ever since then, this shit has just came, left, came back with a vengeance, disappeared, died a fast death, and just still like it's like gum to the stuff to the bottom of your shoe. You just can't get rid of. And I would say, I've always said this is nothing but a battle of pussy. If you're saying that you're SYSBM, you're MGTOW, you're IP more, whatever the terms that we have today or what have you, why do you care about these women who will curb you anyway? If they want to do dumb decisions, I'm libertarian on this. Let them do it. As long as you don't bring that bill to my desk, you can do what you want to do. If you want to have 10 kids by 10 different dudes, have at it. Who am I to tell you can't do it? Just remember, just know that if you have all them 10 kids, you're not going to get the high value man that you say you want, because ain't no man going to walk into the Brady Bunch or starting linebacker of the Atlanta Falcons at that point. So you have to look at how to position yourself. If you're saying that, okay, I don't want to be bothered, then why even worry about the women? Let them do what they're going to do. They're going to push themselves into a corner where they're undesired, unwanted, and you need to level up and do what you got to do to step out. A lot of guys over here already doing that. We're in a group that we both are in, Marcus. I won't say the group's names since there's no names tonight. Today, somebody made everybody show their work in that group. Did you see that post? I know you put a picture on there.
Oh, the post yourself with your girl.
Yeah, post yourself with a chick. If you got a non-black chick, post yourself with a non-black chick. And I noticed how dry that post is.
Now
that is not lost on me.
That was a shot to me, right? I don't know if you know.
It was a shot to you. I just thought that was just somebody trying to stir up some. Tell me the backstory behind it. I'm out.
So I posted. I ain't gonna say the name of the group, but I posted on Facebook. I posted. I post eye candy in the group. So dudes are criticize the pictures that I'm posting, like they could be picky.
Yeah, I'm saying? Like that. We talked about that offline.
Yeah, I post pictures. Niggas be like, "Oh, that bitch is too fat." I'll be posting fit women, fit. They be like, "Hey, bitch, too fat," and this and that. And I'm going back and forth with a couple of these capping ass niggas. Mind you, they in a group of sexually frustrated niggas already, and these niggas are telling me, "Yo, this bitch is beneath me," and this and that. Listen, not because she's she's overweight. I wish, man. I'm gonna show a picture.
Fat. I mean, they love quoting stats. The average American is fat. The average woman Americans are fat collectively. So if you want these thin, pencil stick women, they will definitely be in high demand. So now you're putting yourself in. I'm not saying you should go date Shamu, but if you want these women that look like the girls you see at pinups, at Hooters, and all that, now you're about to join the whole gamma quad of dudes that want to get with her, and you'll really get frustrated because now you really got to bring your A game when you're going to women like that. Those women got so many dudes throwing things at them to where you gonna have some simp that's gonna fuck the game up, giving her $1,000 because it's Tuesday, or say, "Hey, I'll pay your card over the next 6 months," or "Hey, when we go on a date, we're going to Paris for the weekend." So now you gonna throw yourself in that category and make yourself even more upset.
So I posted this. See, I'm fucking up tonight. So I posted this, right? You see, you got picture of a real skinny white girl, and you got a picture of a chick with a nice body, right? So these dudes were basically like, oh, they would have the skinny white girl over the black chick. Let me see if I can bring this on screen. I'm fucking up with this holding shit up to the camera bullshit, right? So going back and forth about this, right? So I've said it years ago in the other the Pookie group, right? I said, yo, where's y'all white girls? Where's these non-black women y'all talking about? You know, guys are talking about, oh, we ain't for the community, whatever. Because if you notice, the conversation goes from, oh, we starting a new thing with white women to back to we got to get rid of Pookie. What you mean when you say we got to get rid of Pookie is that you really want black women and you're competing with Pookie for the black women. Now you can get up there in front like it ain't that, but that's what it is. Yeah. I'm not competing with no niggas of any class or any archetype for women. I don't give a fuck who Pookie's fucking.
Well, they're fucking nobody. That's the problem. If you're sitting here saying that you got options, you're a high value guy. This is what gets me with all this high value talk. If you're such high value, why are you struggling to get pussy? Pookie and Ray Ray should be beneath you. You should be the one. Is you so high value? You should be the nigga giving Pookie and Ray Ray a job. You know what? Pookie and Ray Ray work for me.
Let me ask you a question.
I cash out the money every week.
How many conversations have you really been in where guys are calling themselves high value? Because I haven't been in any. I've been in conversations where guys are calling themselves educated or educated lames, but I've never been in too many conversations where guys are saying that they're calling themselves high value men. Now, I think, you know, just because you watch Kevin Samuels and agree with what he's saying, it doesn't mean that you consider yourself a high value man. You might be, you know, educated lame or just lame or a gamer or, a weird geek or whatever, or, whatever, right? All that's cool. Because you got guys that call themselves all of those things that I just mentioned, right? But understand, right? I don't meet too many guys that say, yo, I'm a high value man and blah, 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 blah. Now, I know guys who are making north of six figures. I know them. Some of them are online. Oh, I got people in the fucking queue. Oh shit, I ain't even peeped that. Yo, I'm gonna bring y'all in a second. Yo, a lot of these guys are on in these discussions with us, right? Michael Gomez, I see you. I'm glad you up in here. Said, well, now the talk is Pookie is poisoning non-black women. Get the fuck out of here, man.
In fact, keep that comment up. Let's talk about that. I know what Dr. Gomez is talking about.
Hold on. I just want to clarify that when I say get the fuck out of here, I'm not addressing Mr. Gomez as if he's saying this statement here. I'm saying get the fuck out of here. Whoever thinks that this is happening, where Pookie is poisoning the non-black women. Go ahead. And then I'm gonna bring up.
I'm glad you cleared, because that's the new thing now, to where when you say you're checking it out, you say, oh, well, it's still your problem because they're now turning non-black women into single mothers, or they're going to look at you as the same criminal because their men are going to get mad at you for what the Pookies are doing. That is an actual statement that has been said, and I know Mr. Gomez can vouch for that statement being said. I'm sure he has seen it. So if that's the case, if Becky, like the Beckys I mess with, the Mulans I mess with, the Marisols, or the Marias, as I like to call them, we'll leave Marias out for me because the Latino neighborhoods kind of mirror black neighborhoods to a certain extent. Let's just focus on Asian and white. The average Becky of high caliber is not going to live near a bunch of niggas. She's not, unless she's in a gentrified area where them niggas on their way out the door anyway. So she's not going to even entertain them niggas at all. So if she became a single butler, which, remember, there was a bullshit study that came out that everybody debunked about black men, white women had the highest marriage fail rate, and you only talk to 300 couples. You can't explain how you got these 300 couples. what made these 300 couples and all that. So I'm not going to dissect why that study got debunked. So how is they messing with these type of women if they are a problem? Oh, they're going overseas and they're turning all these women into single mothers, but you say you don't care about morality, but you're concerned about what they're going overseas doing. So we're changing the goalposts to hide our sexual frustration. First, I don't care what they do. That's not my problem. I'm going my own way. I'm going over here. I'm going to be fine with my sex doll. I'm going to be fine with my hand. I'm going to be fine over here because I'm working on myself. Then, after a couple of days later, it's, I'm SYSBM. Fuck these black bitches. I'm getting me a white girl. I'm getting me this girl. I'm getting me that girl. Okay. Where are these non-black women who you're talking to? You have said you're going after this for a year or two, and we have not seen these women that you claim you are getting and you're fucking, because I can tell when a man is sexually frustrated because of how he acts. A man who's getting pussy don't give a shit about some of this shit. A man who's getting dates, a man who's getting women attention, he does not give a shit about these topics, because he's too busy getting ass, trying to keep the ass, trying to pursue more ass or wherever have you. So he doesn't give two shits. I don't give a fuck about what's going on down the street. I don't give a fuck what's going on in my house and my bed. So but you want to try to bring that shit over here, but then you got these guys online. There's another category. Michael Gomez started something there. Another category. You get these pro-black guys. You're so pro-black. If she ain't black, put her back. I won't be a black woman. I won't be a black woman. All held to my queens. Black women are the best women ever. You write all these poems. You write all these tributes. You're making all these comic strips. You're making all these art pieces. You're doing all this stuff, but you still have not pulled these black women that you say you loved. Something ain't adding up, but then you're over here mad with guys like me who were sitting here with a woman from Guam. We're sitting here with a woman from the Filipinos. Not the Filipinos, but the Philippines. Then you want to get mad at me. I said, dude, I checked out. So that means more black women for you. You don't have to worry about me. I'm not in the running with that. So you should be happy that I left, because now you get to really be a high value man. You don't use that term all.
I just want to address what Michael Gomez said, and then everybody's in the queue. I'm about to bring everybody in. But let me tell you why that shit is invalid.
All right.
As far as what he said about the Pookies, poisoning the non-black women. And again, Mike, I recognize that this is not your sentiment. You're quoting. All right. So don't think I'm coming at you. I'm not. Michael Gomez, me and him do, we do a lot of debate. And Michael, stick around, because I want to bring you in here too, man. Because, we have some interesting conversations, me and Michael Gomez. And he's somebody that I've realized, like, he's one of the few people that actually debates in good faith, even if he disagrees with me. The thing is, first of all, if we talk about Becky's, there's more white people here. Like, white women outnumber us, right? So there ain't enough white women to poison with Pookie. Pookie is a minority in the black male population. Let's point this out. Pookie is a minority in the black male population. You hear women say, "Where are all the good black men gone?" Right? That means there ain't enough of the niggas she like to go around. Right? There ain't enough of the niggas she like to go around. So that means there ain't enough of that nigga to poison non-black women. And when you add up all the Beckys, all the Sulings, all the Jenny Lows, we're totally outnumbered by Latinas and Asian women and white women. There's not enough black dick to go around for these demographics. So get the fuck out of here with that shit. Mike, I've seen people say that. Right? Now, and another thing is these women, like Dom already said, are not interested necessarily in that type of black man. Not necessarily. But if you get your value up, you shouldn't have to compete for them either. Now, everybody, there's people here that don't like Kevin Samuels, and I don't agree with everything Kevin Samuels say. But he does say some true shit. If you're competing, how you gonna compete? Women don't want to compete. It sounds like these niggas don't want to compete. Y'all niggas gonna have to compete too. That's why I talk about creating high value, and it's not just about money. Let me start bringing some people up in this motherfucker, man. All right, let me get these comments down, man. I'm gonna start out with my man Meta.
Yo, wow, I was reading the book. That's crazy. You just turned me around. What's good?
Talk to me, bro. I'm gonna go in order because it's Meta, then it's Bitter Truth, then there's my man Shane. Meta.
Yo.
This ain't our first time touching this discussion either. You know what I'm saying? So when you're online and you see whether it be YouTube guys, tell me what your stance is on this. Somebody got to mute their shit. That might be.
There's somebody with a tire. I see it's the person with the tire.
Yeah, that was Shane. He's there. Okay.
To be honest, it reminds me of it's like what you said, high school or middle school. Like a lot of us should have gotten over this a long time ago. You were saying earlier in the comments, them dudes were in jail. Yeah, their girls were getting run through. Like I've been confronted by more of them for engaging and interacting with their girls in a positive manner for me than any other way. I do not see certain dudes like that as competition. Yeah, when I was younger, there's been a couple occasions where I liked a girl and she chose that person, but that was very few and far between. I had more appeal than those individuals. I was well-traveled. I'm a military brat. I mean, I'm a grown man now, but I'm just speaking in terms of that. It's like there's levels of coolness. There's the coolness of a New York dude, then there's a military brat coolness, and then there's a Pookie and Ray Ray coolness. A chick is going, oh, what? You've been out the country before? Oh, wow. You met these famous people? That's way more than, oh, I shot somebody. You feel me? There's always something better than them. There's always something better than. Just like there's a better version of me. I'm not the best version of myself. So I don't see them people or dudes in that category as competition or anything opposing to me. If anything, I've been in that category before. I've had a different lifestyle due to my own choices and actions. So I can't totally hate those dudes. I've done what they've done before. For real, they changed my life. A few of them were like, don't do what we do. You should stick to your music. And music brought me where I am today. Even though I'm not very successful in it, I would not be living where I am if it wasn't for that. I would not have met who I would have met if it wasn't for that. So there's a whole wide range of opinions. And bringing it back to the main subject, no, I don't see them as competition. I don't see them as a problem. No, they're not poisoning any women because water meets its level. In the country I live in now, the alleged Pookies, the project dudes, they mess with project white women. They mess with rat joints. They don't really get anything. They mess with the girls from the project buildings that live near them, or if they're in Nova Scotia somewhere, there are plenty of little Irish joins that live in the dirty neighborhood, and they make their children. Just like Columbus dudes and West Virginia chicks interact very well. The short north dudes and the hilltop girls. I'm sure Bay knows what I'm talking about.
Really I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, they really don't venture out. And when they do, it's a rarity. When I see that rarity, the funny thing about it is the alleged Pookie, when he gets moved out to Pickerington and gets introduced to that white girl's family, dude ain't on tough time no more. That usually ends because you can't act like that out there. And they had their own versions of that.
Out there like that either.
You can't. They will make you leave.
Yeah, you won't even get approved.
Not at all.
Yeah, in all honesty, they accept or reject you the second you walk in the door.
That is a fact. Oh, they still have housing covenants over there too. So there's that. Just like Upper Arlington.
So let me read this comment here. So Prime VA 757. He says their new coping mechanism is now white women are the face of single motherhood. Are they trying to say that, okay, black men now that we moved over to fucking with white girls?
Can I interject on that one?
Yeah, that's why
you can tell somebody hasn't been around white people for a long time. I'm in a group with a prominent one. Do you know what the Pookie and Ray Rays of their community that far outnumber us? We're not making the single moms. They are, because there's an opiate problem. There's a wigger problem. There's a I want to be emo. I want to pop 28 million pills, and it's in every financial group in their community. I live in a place where there's none of us now. I see them walking around with speakers looking dirty as hell. I've seen the rich ones walk around with speakers playing trap music, looking dirty as hell, rolling on the floor. I've seen the business owners fall off in the straight up geekerdom multiple times. They can fail up. Those are fiends making those single mothers. Okay, now do I see, and this is weird, coming from the United States and moving to another country and being in a small town. Yeah, I do see random curly haired babies up here, but that's just, you know what I mean? People get it in and leave, but those dudes are not out here thugging like that. Who's thugging and bugging? Those babies look just like the dad, and the dad's nowhere to be seen. In fact, when I was in Nova Scotia, one of the nurses said, "Wow, this is very surprising. Usually we don't see the father, and I'm black." She was talking about everybody.
I'm glad you said
in a majority white country.
In a majority white country. I moved here in 2015, and I wish I had the thing, something installed in my eyes where people can see what I see. Like, oh, I wish someone at the crib could see this dope fiend in this small town. Oh, I wish someone at the crib could see that men could get welfare out here. Oh, I wish someone at the crib could see that white men are on welfare in the projects out here. A lot of arguments would die.
They will. They've actually reached stats because there's more of them than there's of us. I've lived in predominantly white suburban counties. I made it my point to go to the DFAT's office just to see something. Full of white girls in there. Litters of kids, baby in the stomach, hair, rainbow colors like a pack of Skittles.
Can you hear me okay real quick? I'm just checking.
All that type of stuff, but yet we've allowed the white supremacist narrative to make it say that this is the problem. When I see black folks paired in those talking points, I say y'all don't know, y'all think white folks are so great, so perfect, so wonderful, and all this type of stuff. I mean, y'all just really just look at an affluent white neighborhood and say, "Oh, all white folks live like that." Y'all haven't seen rundown trailer parks. I've gone to some of these fucked up white neighborhoods,
rundown
and
suburbs.
You would think that you're in the black hood, but you see white folks out there barefoot. I've seen white men out there beating the shit out of women. I've seen though, and I go to these Hispanic neighborhoods. You see their gang members. I went to a store one time to drop a guy off. It was about 20 gang members out there. But you let these little handkerchief head Negroes tell it, "Oh, black folks that," and we got to get in front of all this type of stuff. I said, "Well, crime is an American problem. Even you got black folks under control, which black folks are now a new minority and a minority." You know, we won't talk about how that happened. You know, you want to address the bigger issues at hand, and according to all these crime stats, black people only lead in 2 of them. There's over 20 stats of crime. Black people got 2 of them. White folks lead in the rest of them. And people that say white men got it all together. I'm a journalist. And those white neighborhoods, the white men be beating the shit out they women. Now, let's put all the facts out there.
Yeah, good evening, gentlemen.
One thing, my bad. Go ahead, peace. My bad.
No, I just want to say good evening. I was going to comment on, one thing I found fascinating, and Dominique just spoke on it, is
By the way, this is Adam McTowell, y'all. Let me bring these names up so y'all know who's who. Sorry.
Yeah, what's good, brothers? Y'all know me from Facebook, so it is what it is. I think what's interesting is just how similar the Pookie and Ray Ray narrative, particularly that point, sounds to white supremacist rhetoric from The Birth of a Nation. Oh, these Pookies and Ray Rays are ruining all the white women. Well, wow, that sounds a lot like Klansmen saying these crazy niggas is coming out. I mean, Negroes are coming out here to take our white women and ruin them. I mean, it's literally the exact. I mean, that's actually just word for word. I can't even say it's like there's nothing intellectual behind it. It's just word for word taken from white supremacists. And I have my arguments I make against the Pookies and Ray Rays. No one here. I think that the important thing to take home is that no one here is caping for them. No. We're just speaking about the reality of it, right?
Absolutely.
No one here is saying that crime is okay, but pretending that crime doesn't exist, or just saying, well, we just got to do. It's those are two completely different things. There's stated. There's there's caping for something, and then there's stating reality, and this is what the reality is: that these dudes are getting the women, that these guys care about or these guys want. That's just the fact of the reality. So then the question becomes, well, what are you going to do about it? And Marcus, you already made many great suggestions on what guys can do about it, but ultimately, it's up to the guy, whether he wants to actually do something about his situation or simply wants to wallow in his own. In his own troubles.
Before I bring Shane in, because did you want to say something, Bay, or because I know you kind of piggybacked off of Meta, but did you?
Yeah. In all honesty, I mean, for somebody like me, the reason why I don't even engage in the whole Ray Ray Pookie sex argument is because the majority of the women that those type of dudes sleep with, those lower class dudes, what they sleep with, that you can tell by the women, the weaves, the tattoos, the trashy clothes, the trashy language, the claws. I mean, the makeup. I mean, they wear uniform just like those brothers do. They wear the female version of that uniform, and it's like that doesn't turn me on. Like all of that is red flags to me that I quickly, catch and don't move past.
Hey, Bay, I would argue, and I think that a few guys on this panel have had this conversation with me personally, that all classes of black women fuck with Pookies and Ray Rays.
No, I understand that, but it's not, once you get past, once the weed comes off, once you're not using chemical relaxers, though the women that mess with a Ray Ray and Pookie, those numbers drop dramatically. Because you're talking about, I'll say drop dramatically, because those women who have that type of self-worth, for the most part, they value themselves enough not to lower themselves to those type of dudes.
No, I disagree with that. Let me read this comment. So Ismail Thomas says black women are attracted to Pookies and Ray Rays, but do not want to be held accountable for the results of their attraction. Okay, now,
yep,
I agree with this, but see, again, let me see. Okay, I don't know what that was. I don't know who said give Pookie and Ray Ray a job. I don't know who said that, but I'm gonna say this, right? Understand, right? No, I don't care if a woman got just for me in her hair, or she looked like India Arie. Okay, I see a lot of these women, right, fucking with these types of dudes, right? I don't care if they professional. I don't care if they natural. Now you say it drops dramatically.
Yeah, it does.
I'm gonna just say this. From what I see and from what I see other guys report, right? I think that the likelihood that a female will fuck with this type of dude is about even with the rest of it. See, but the thing is, what me and Dom have discussed is why.
Well, likelihood is different than actuality.
No, I say even. It's about even. But what I wanted to address, we could talk about black women and their choices and the results of their choices all day, because that's the debate that we usually have about good, well, not good black men, but guys like we talk about Harvard graduates, progressive and functional black men, right, are being blamed and lumped in with the actions of the women the men that these women are choosing. But
but by who?
I want to address it if I can.
So go ahead.
All right. So one thing, I hear all this happening a lot in these conversations, these same exact talking points, but very few times people really point out the fact that they're giving Pookie and Ray Ray way too much credit. They're not really even competitors because they're not even working for the pussy. They're just there. And the reality is these women, they willfully go for this stuff because more oftentimes than not, women are self-destructive and they choose things that harm them out of excitement. Like if you get women alone and disarm them in a solo conversation, they'll openly tell you that the good things they just don't want. They feel like it's boring. And it sounds crazy for them to say that because it's almost like it's like hearing them say, I like sticking a metal fork into a wall socket.
That's very exciting.
So you're giving the Pookie and Ray Ray way too much credit, and you got to acknowledge the fact that this is just genuinely what these women want. And it's not even limited to just black women. I've known white women that own salons, very successful, that will go out and behind closed doors mess with a dude that has a fourth grade education.
Yeah, these bikers out here are getting it, like, for some odd reason. When I was in Montreal, it was like the regular corporate ones, the cops, they were messing with them biker dudes like crazy.
Well, that's that ultimate bad boy fantasy. Bikers are seen as ultimate bad boys, bikers and cowboys.
And I think that our brother just touched on, I can't see his name. This got the wheel in it. I'm sorry, man. But a point our brother just spoke on is precisely that. A lot of people make the mistake, especially, and I made a post about this earlier, when they're speaking about quote unquote game, or they're speaking about talking women, where they take women out and just consider them as passive participants, as opposed to free agents that are active actors, right? Like, it's not like women just they're just around and Pookie just comes through, come here, bitch, and just pulls her around. That doesn't happen, right? These women, they're actively involved in their relationships. They know exactly who they're saying yes to, whom they're letting into their homes, who they're having children with. Every step of the way, these women are making decisions, right? And so to just say that if we get rid of these Pookies, all these women will be here. Like, they'll go to they'll find new Pookies. It's Pookie is not really a problem. It's a symptom of a greater it's Kurt Ruland's law, right? It's behavior is a function of your personality and environment. And as long as the environment doesn't change, then the Pookie personalities will continue to dominate. But meanwhile, if we change our personalities or we change our environment, then we can get better results as well, which is something that Marcus alluded to earlier.
Shout out to my man D Gray. D, let me know if you want to jump in here, because you good. So what I was gonna say is earlier, like, if and this is, again, me and Dom have discussed this. If these are the women we're saying we don't want to fuck with because they're dysfunctional and blah, 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 why do we give a fuck who's giving them dick? Why?
I know. I try my best not to mess with dysfunctional women, because the only time I've messed with dysfunctional women is when I ignored the baby daddy or single mother red flag.
Sometimes they can keep those people away from somebody who's you know what I mean cooler in the situation, so you can kind of mess with that. You can kind of maneuver without dealing with that individual. But I'm sure I told Marcus the Rochester story that can backfire sometimes. Like, dude was mailing me threat letters from Attica, and he thought my name was Kevin. It's not, but he was mailing me threat letters talking to her about me from prison. So that was pretty interesting.
Like he gonna roll up in 2084 trying to fight you over some chick that died 15 years prior.
Check it out. I'm gonna read some comments, y'all. All right, so let's get some feedback. Black women use Pookie and Ray Ray for proxy violence towards educated black men and other groups. Pookie is the inside of black women's wallets. Why are Pookie infested areas headed by black women politicians?
Because the majority of the voter base is black female, and they're stewards of the matriarchy. They're the security guards. They're the tough guys. Like if they were in Jamaica, they would be killing for those votes for those women. They would make sure, that those women got those votes with people's lives.
So just go ahead. Go ahead. Finish your.
I want to also add to that. It should be noted, particularly in New York, that some of the biggest voting segments, right, places where you will find, people from the mayor's office, people from the state government. There are even NYCHA residents who are connected with, or NYCHA tenants who are well connected with the people in the state and governors. Those are all huge voting areas. Those NYCHA projects, and Understood. We also know what else comes out of those projects, which are Pookies as well. So that's just something. The connection between black women voters and Pookies. I'm just making that connection there in public housing.
Plus, women can't vote.
Yeah. So okay. So my question to the panel is it should be a one-word answer. Then we're gonna move to the rest of these comments. Because it's why are Pookie infested areas headed by black women politicians? So if you ask YSBM, what's the solution for this?
Move.
You know what? I put out a video the other week saying that, in all honesty, if you want to strip black women of power as a black man, you need to put together or add to Ice Cube's docket about changing the welfare laws, and other government benefits.
They tried that
also the divorce rates and everything. You need to switch parties and vote Republican because they are against the welfare state. They're against a lot of things that we are now complaining about concerning black women.
Bro, well, I think those things will largely just collapse on their own. Like Marcus is saying, if we just, basically,
we don't have time for that.
No, but what I'm saying is, well, actually, we, the black men who are productive, we got all the time in the world. They can't survive without us. We can do just fine without them. And I think that's one of the major points. We don't have to save it because they're asking us to do what? They're asking us to put our life on hold and come correct the problems they created. If we just focus on us, then that's a problem that'll correct itself.
Well, I think you're missing the big picture here, because black people, we are the canaries in the coal mine. And as you can see, the same things that affected us strongly is now spreading to other ethnicities who have been Americanized. So it's becoming a really growing problem in the best way, and it happens to rich white men. It happens to rich white men.
Bro, listen.
Let me finish my point. My thing is, if we go ahead, if there are sweeping changes where you take away a lot of legal power that women hold over men, okay, through government assistance and legislation, if you take away that power, then guess what happens?
You think you'll have you'll have more space to negotiate, correct?
So let me ask you.
You will start. I'll tell you what. You'll start getting cooperation.
Hey,
I don't want it like that. That's
Bay, hold on. I'm gonna jump in now. You know these women outnumber us, right?
I understand that.
Okay, so now I'm gonna make my point. We're familiar with the men's rights shit, right?
Yeah.
You're familiar with Paul Elam?
Yes.
Yeah, these are white people, right? White men.
Yeah.
What laws they get changed?
None.
So what your black ass gonna affect?
Well, when you, as the Democrats have learned, if you can get the colored vote, if you can get the colored vote on your side, you will normally do all right on the state and local level. But if that's switched up, if all of a sudden, because do understand, black people voted Republican ever since we were allowed to vote. It was the Democrats' little welfare checks
You talking about
that switched the vote.
That's not the world we live in anymore, bro. Listen.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I know that's not the world we live in anymore, and I'm saying if you want to change it, you're gonna have to go back to the beginning. You're gonna have to go back to the beginning, strip it down to
Marcus, can I say
and start over.
One question.
I wasn't done. So go ahead, man, and then I'm gonna continue because I wasn't finished.
Within the black community, who's the majority gender as far as the voting block?
Black females.
So you gonna outvote them?
You do understand they don't win these most of these states. The Democrats don't just blow out the Republicans. They're normally close elections.
So let me ask you something, bro.
And how many black men actually vote?
Bro, let me ask you something, because I hear this argument where we're going to go to the power structure that gave these women their power in the first place to appeal to them through that. Nah. What understand this, right? When it comes to this welfare and all this shit, if what you were saying was true, then we would have got that with Trump and it didn't happen.
We didn't get that with Trump because nobody asked for it.
No. We
were in the middle of a damn pandemic.
Hey, bro. Let me hold on, because I wouldn't. Check this out. You say nobody asked for it. You're saying that the Republicans are the one against welfare initiatives, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So fuck whether we ask for it or not. You're saying vote Republican, and these are the things. So you're saying that black men should appeal to Republican because you're saying, well, we didn't ask for it, right? So black men should appeal to the Republican Party to strip black women specifically of welfare, or to strip welfare.
No, because just welfare period. Just call for. Look, if you call for an over, I didn't say cut it off cold turkey. I said call for an overhaul, because do understand the Republican Party do feel that a lot of money is wasted on social programs, and that people need to. What is their number one slogan to us? Pull yourself up by your bootstraps.
That's what they tell you.
Wait, Marcus, can I come in here?
Give me one second.
Go ahead.
That's what they tell you. They give
that's what they tell you.
Bro. Let me finish now. They tell you that as a black man. They don't tell black women that bullshit, right?
What do they say to them?
Hey, bro, they say here's some fucking free money. That's what they tell them.
That's not what the Republicans do.
Hey, bro, check this out. If that was the case, if that agenda was the agenda you're saying it is, right? This motherfucker was in office for 4 years. He didn't remove. We still got the Affordable Care Act, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Do we have a fucking wall?
No.
So listen to me, bro.
So now you're talking about the president who didn't keep his promises.
You know what's funny about that?
Let me ask. No, hold on. Who makes up the majority of welfare recipients?
White people.
People I described earlier.
So why the fuck would they scale anything back that is for their people? You can't say, well, we're going to continue to give our constituents, right, this money, and then black women should pull themselves up by their bootstraps.
Didn't say that. I didn't say nothing like that.
I'm not saying that you said that, but that's the only way it would happen. Understand?
That's not the only way it would happen.
You would have to cut the neck of the Republican voter to do what you're saying to affect our shit. You talking about canaries and coal mines. Understand, Mississippi is poor as shit.
And Mississippi is majority white. But at any rate, if you actually, instead of just coming at me, why don't you just ask me a question? Ask me questions.
I'm responding to you. Understand this. Because I always hear this argument about,
but ask me a question about it. Don't just
I'm not asking. I don't have to ask you anything. You stated your position. I'm responding to your position.
You don't even understand my position. That's why you saying things that don't make sense to me. That's why you're trying to put words in my mouth.
I didn't put anything in your mouth.
You're trying. Okay, I'll put it to you like this. You're trying to figure out my thought patterns ahead of time. That's not even where I am. I actually put out the video a week or so ago. It was all detailed in that.
Well, do you mind if I make a statement here?
Video of your position. Hey,
make the statement, sir.
Do you mind? Do you mind if I make a statement here? I wanted to say two things briefly. The first of which is that Trump actually did try to come after welfare, particularly housing developments. And his HUD department was actually one of the, with Ben Carson as the head of it, was one of the chief opponents of, particularly in New York, of the NYCHA developments, one of the largest, it actually is the largest public housing, public benefit corporation in the United States. And I was there when they were going through that. They had a HUD agreement for 2 years. It's 54 pages. I read the whole thing. I've seen how they were implementing it. And what was interesting about that, is they were planning on selling some of the buildings. Trump had a very specific interest in getting some of those buildings because it was very important property. You know what happened? Nothing. Those are still public housing. Some of them were sold. Some of them, Marcus left, he'll be right back. Some of them were sold, but the tenants are still the same. They're, by state law, they're still protected with the same rights they had when they were NYCHA residents. And so nothing actually changed. Even though some of the ownership of the buildings changed, the tenants have not changed. The laws have not changed. Nothing else has actually changed. And so it's even when someone does try to go after it, it's so deeply rooted and entrenched in American society. An overhaul to it at this point, you basically have to wait for it to collapse. I mean, the government is trying to get out of the public housing business because it just costs so much money. It costs
exactly.
But here's what the government's doing. They're selling the buildings on 99-year leases and trying to have public corporations do it. But you know what's the problem? The private sector does not want to take it because it costs too much money. Bank of America bought one of those housing buildings, and the tenants kept breaking the doors so much. No, it was actually Citibank. Citibank bought one of these buildings, and the tenants destroyed so much property in the buildings that Citibank gave it back to the government and said, here, we don't want it. It costs too much money. We had to keep repairing the doors. We had to keep repairing the stuff. I mean,
exactly.
But we also have to think about the people who live in there. It's a political nightmare, right? You have people who are single mothers, people who are elderly, people who are disabled, people with mental health illnesses. Some of the quote-unquote pookies that are shooting people in the hood are people with mental health disabilities who are associated with the wrong crowd. And so when you see someone shooting into a playground and killing people, just crazy, a lot of times those are people with mental health disorders, actual mental health disorders. I've met these people. I can't say exactly where I was working or my capacity as I was working in order not to dox myself, but I've met these people and seen that they do have mental health disorders. They are taking medication. And so trying to, the monster that the U.S. government created is so big at this point. I'm not saying that advocacy for men's rights is pointless. I'm not saying that advocacy for what you want to see politically is pointless. What I'm saying is that you can do that, and you can chew bubblegum and walk at the same time. You can be SYSBM, you can remove yourself from the hood, you can have a better life for yourself and still advocate for those things, right? They're not mutually exclusive. We don't have to save the hood. And if we don't save the hood, then we're gonna have to live in the hood. You can not be in the hood and save the hood.
Now ask me what my plan was. Ask me what my plan is for the overhaul.
Well, Marcus,
nobody understands what I'm saying. Everybody's just flying off the handle because of typical language.
We understand. I flat out disagree, but I understand you. don't insult my intelligence. I understand what you're saying. I don't agree with you.
Well, then what is my plan?
Let's hear his plan, Marcus. I got something I want to say, but I want to at least know his plan.
Because he talking about hold on. He talking about overhauls and shit. Understand? I mean, shit. You want the same government, the same state that created the problem to fix it.
But shit, they created the fucking problem. Who's supposed to fix it?
Well, that's because why would the fuck you reverse the shit you wanted to create?
Exactly what dude just said, because the whole reason why it was given to us in the first place was to destabilize us. They've already gotten that. But the thing is, the destabilization is costing them money. It's costing them more money they can afford.
They don't care. Listen,
actually,
bro.
They do care. Right now, we're getting ready to look, dude. Gas is $4.29 a gallon. Trust me, they care.
Hold on. I want to clarify one thing. While it is true that they do care about how much it costs, the problem is, like I just demonstrated, when they do get out of it, they try to keep the system the same. So they're like, well, we don't want to own these buildings because it costs too much money. But we also don't want to get rid of the welfare system. So we're just going to sell it to private sector and let the private sector carry the cost of welfare. So the welfare system is still going to be the same. They're still going to have the same thing. It's just the government's getting out of owning it.
Hence the overhaul, because it won't be easy. You ain't going to just live off the shit. You ain't going to just be sitting up here. You're not going to be rolling free out here just getting checked till you get tired of it. That's why I said overhaul.
Go ahead.
Now it's time for me to talk. And I don't want to be interrupted, or I'm gonna mute motherfuckers.
My bad, bro.
Because I let niggas talk. So understand this, bro.
Mouse back.
Okay? They'll pay the cost, bro. They will pay it. Now they could bitch and moan that it's costing too much. They'll pay it. Shit, Hollywood is putting out bullshit for a feminist agenda, right? They're losing money. Are they still putting out this bullshit?
No.
Anyway.
Hollywood has been moving away from that stuff since ever since the middle of last year.
That's great. So now I'm gonna continue what I'm saying. I disagree with that, but let's continue.
You don't watch TV like I do.
Okay, so let's continue. Right? These motherfuckers will pay the cost. It costs money to house niggas in jail. You really think, right? All this stuff that, and mind you, you got the overrepresentation of black women in government. These are the women that you want to vote against giving black women free shit, right? They're giving away money. Shit. They got billions going to Ukraine now. They don't want to give niggas reparations. Okay? You think because it makes sense they will do it. That's where you fail with this argument, because you think because it makes sense that they will do it. Because it makes sense to you, because the outcome of what you think they should do works for you and it makes sense. I see you often post, I just work here. There's a lot of shit that motherfuckers do that don't make sense, but they will pay the cost. You think this shit is not happening on purpose? You think this is something they're doing like, oh, you know what? We're fucking up. We're spending too much money, destabilizing black people. So let's spend less money and stop doing that. Really? If you think that black men are going to have some movement where they vote, let's say we vote Republican, and then they do the shit you're saying, not only affecting those people, because like people say, canary in coal mines, right? But these people still are getting those benefits, and they had a Republican president. They can't give it to them and not give it to us. I'm not saying you're saying that, but that is the only reality because in order to cut black women's throat, they got to cut their own. They'll pay it. All this money they sending overseas, and now they chasing motherfuckers for PPP money. They'll pay it. If they think it'll give you a leg up, they'll pay it, bro. Fuck is niggas talking about? Oh, let's appeal to the white man to really? Yo, my man, like at the end of the day, right? When we talk about the state and all this, yo, bro, we've been fighting this same fight. We're back, like I said, motherfuckers pulling their head out their hair, civil rights, this, that, and the other. At the end of the day, you do you. You talking about overhauls. How about get a U-Haul and get the fuck out of there? Fuck overhaul. U-Haul. You haul your ass the fuck up out of here. Hey, D, hey, I'm gonna send hey, D, yeah, U-Haul, nigga. Fuck overhaul. U-Haul. Hey, D, I see you, man. I'm trying to get this link to you. But yeah, man. Dave, you all this, yo, bro, all this. Bro, you already know how I stay and how I talk. I'm not with this trying to get shit back to 19 whatever.
Hey, bet you still care, don't you? You still care.
I'm not with none of that.
I care about black people. You got a problem with that?
No, I care about black people too.
But then don't ask me a question like that.
But it sounds good, bro. But look, them motherfuckers you trying to appeal to don't care like you do. They don't give a fuck about what you're trying to say. And at the end of the day, yo, these women that you're talking about, they will let it be dysfunctional as long as they can run it. That's the shit you won't get. You won't get it. It got to get in fucking here, bro. They don't give a fuck, man. If that was the case, they would have fixed it a long time ago.
It's a gentrification too. We really want to look at it, and we can look at Atlanta as a poster child of this. Let's go back to the 1990s when Bill Clinton was president, and we did welfare reform. They tried to put the work requirements on this stuff. They reversed it later. Then we tore down the housing project. Atlanta got all this praise for we got rid of poverty. The projects are gone. Suburbs. So the suburban poverty started shooting up, but
that area over there by the AUC.
Yeah,
AUC. Yeah, I remember that because I was standing in the Candler Lofts when they did that.
Yeah. So Atlanta. So when they use us as the poster child, because we used the 1996 Olympics to get rid of that shit. So now in the early 2000s, I remember a white gay man, one of my classmates at Georgia State. Georgia State used to be a non-traditional school. We had a little bit of everybody there. Lived in Vine City. For those of you all who don't know Atlanta, Vine City is that rough neighborhood by the Mercedes-Benz Stadium. One of the roughest neighborhoods in the city. They was carjacking that man, breaking into that man's house. This man had cameras outside his house in the early 2000s. People told him, you want to move out this neighborhood. Now, you know how much his house is worth now? His house is worth close to $500,000, and he only paid $33,000 for that house. Typical suburban-looking house. You can walk to the stadium from there, but he dealt with all that crap for 15 years, and now he's moved up. They buying all these houses up because that's tearing down the projects. They moved
off Memorial. Yeah, off Memorial. Because I live. I mean, I don't live. I work off Memorial, and you see all the construction going on over there. Them tearing down houses, repairing houses, everything. Atlanta, the housing development market down here is booming.
Booming. They let niggas tear up the neighborhoods in all those areas. So now every place they tore up, today's hood is tomorrow's trendy neighborhood. You got folks having coffee in their flip-flops at these nice little restaurants, expensive apartment where you used to go buy crack at, where they sold ass around the corner. All the food bar is now a farmer's market. So they using that. So, okay, we done ran that neighborhood to the ground. Made everybody sell the product for cheap. Let those folks go into all those apartment complexes. I got apartment complexes over here by my office that I had that used to be luxury apartments. Now they're things like Roach Motels now that you lasted 30 years ago. That was prime real estate. So they're just gonna let them go over there. They're going to redevelop around this area. Then they'll ship them somewhere else. It's all a tool for the real estate. The Shield talk about that.
They shuffle them over there to drive the market down, to drive down the prices, and then they move them out, do all of that construction, and drive the market back up. That it's like a game. It's like a game of hopscotch.
Hey, finish these talking points. I'm gonna let Dorian speak, and then we got to get back on topic because we are way off topic.
All right. Well, to finish my thing, if you really want to know my plan, you just have to check it out on my channel, because everything you were saying, it went against what my plan is. Well, but outside of that,
I said the minute you say anything about getting the government to do something in reference to black women, that's where you lose me, bro.
Well, the whole thing was, you making it about black women, but it's not about black women, it's about all women. It's just that black women will be affected the most.
Okay. Again, you lose me anytime you say that we should go to the government and ask.
Well, who you gonna go to? It's their problem, isn't it? Didn't they create the problem?
You leave. You save yourself.
Okay, and what is my retirement plan?
Well, then why are we having this conversation then, bro?
Hey, I'm just throwing out a solution. I'm just throwing out a solution. Whether y'all want it or not is up to y'all. But I already got my plan.
It's not a
Do
solution.
I not?
It's not a solution because that shit ain't gonna work.
Then don't do it.
My man.
No sweat off y'all skin on my nose. I'm not gonna die here.
Hey, bro, you good? I don't want to mute you. So look, you my man. Don't get it twisted. But hey, I got Dorian up in here. Don't go nowhere, babe. Don't be dropping out and shit. I got my man Dorian up in here, man. What's going on, D?
Peace, family. Respect to the panel. Respect to the panel. Me and you talked about it briefly, and we were discussing how Pookie and Ray Ray ain't going nowhere as long as a woman looking for somebody she can control.
Yes, sir.
The thing that people fail to understand about Pookie and Ray Ray is that he's easily controlled. A brother who got himself together is not going to allow a woman to control him. And it's a lot. And even some brothers who got themselves together, if they get sprung on a female, they will allow her to control him. You know what I mean? I consider myself a reformed Pookie, right? My second wife tripled my income. I was making about $40,000. She made $140,000 a year. You know what I mean? And slowly but surely, she developed a control over me. Why? Because she could pay my rent for me. She could pay my car note for me. And when somebody does things like that for you, what do? You kind of fall in line. I don't care if you're a man or a woman. When somebody can solve your problems, you're going to fall in line. And Pookie and Ray Ray fall in line. Now, what happens, in my opinion, is she eventually gets tired of controlling this man and wants to control another man. Now, she's probably had a child with this man, and she'll continue to control him through your child support system and, controlling how much time he spends with his children, this, that, and the third. But for as long as women want to exercise power over a man, Pookie and Ray Ray are going to be irrelevant. So when you are a brother who's established and you got yourself together, in my opinion, the greatest punishment is once Pookie has affected her life in a particular way, you do not come in and try to save her, because she gets 35, 40, 45, and she says, well, I'm tired of this man who does not really bring anything to the table, and I'm just telling him what to do. And you got to let her know, no, That's not what's gonna happen. I'm not going to save you. As you say, saving yourself is the most powerful thing you can do. You know me. I come from gang banging and a whole slew of nonsense. And it's a personal choice for everybody to get themselves together and quit bullshitting with their life. You know what I mean? There's going to always be that brother who has nothing. And if he's a handsome guy, he knows how to carry himself, he can make her laugh, she's going to swoop him up. The thing is that I'm not competing with that guy. A woman who wants a man that she can control is not the woman for me. You get what I mean? So when men make that powerful decision to say, you know what? I'm not going to have sex with this woman based on the fact of the decisions that she's made, of the way she's lived her life. I don't care how gorgeous she is. I don't care what kind of story she tells. Once you have allowed your life to be affected, young lady, in such a way, you know what I mean, that now I have to come in and raise an 8-year-old, 9-year-old. And you know me, I don't knock women with children, but it's the thing of you weren't married, you got to, because there's women who make $100,000 a year who got children with 2 and 3 different men. You know what I mean? You as a man have to say, you will not be my mate. I will not come in, you know what I mean, and try to rescue or make you look better, because it's a lot of women, they just want a man around so that they have that validation. You get what I mean? It's a lot of women who make great money. They don't want to go to the Christmas party by themselves. They don't want to go to the family reunion by themselves. And Pookie and Ray Ray going to wear what clothes she say wear. He's going to talk when she say talk. She'll give him a whole script of the way he's supposed to carry himself. And the brothers who really are men, regardless if you make 30,000 or 300,000, if you're a man, you're not going to allow a woman to control you. So that's the main thing that I wanted to say, you know what I mean, is that we have to understand that women who like Pookie and Ray Ray do not like men who are men. You understand? Men who do not bow down to women. And we have to understand as men is that there is a lot of men who bow down to women. So in my opinion, it now goes to the next generation. We work on the younger guys. A 40-year-old simp will be a 50-year-old simp. You're not going to change him. A 30-year-old simp is going to turn into a 40-year-old simp. You're not going to change him. And that's fine. But what happened, in my opinion, what happens is you have to have that discipline to say, you know what, this woman is no longer, okay, going to experience a man like me. And that's where we fall short, because Black women are beautiful. They're attractive. They're sexy. They know the right things to say. And we find ourselves in situations where it's like, okay, I'm in love. I want to marry her. I want to do this and I want to do that. But the reality is that my past affects my future. You see what I mean? And we all have to be held accountable. When we tell our truth, you know me, bro. When I tell my truth, that's going to put me out of the market. Of course, I've been married for 10 years, but it put me out of the market when I told my truth to certain women. It's certain women who heard when I say, look, I've been divorced twice. You know what I mean? I've had the unfortunate circumstance of putting my hands on a woman in my life. It's a lot of women who are like, I'm not dealing with him. So when a man raised his standards and say, you know what, Miss Lady, since you live this particular kind of life, I don't care how you look. I don't care what your career is. You understand me? You are no longer viable for me. And what's going on is a lot of brothers are still giving women attention who don't deserve it. You know, you could have a woman up here shaking her ass and being inappropriate, and you got 100,000 guys who like it and giving her that attention. Pay them no attention and move on. You know me, I'm the type of guy, man. I like a woman that's humble. You know what I mean? I've always had success with women who are what I call average. I don't like for a woman to think too much of herself. Some people don't like that theory. You know what I mean? But as my father say, and I don't have an ugly wife, but my father used to say, ugly wife, happy life. You need a woman who understands the value of a man and that you are fortunate to have me in your life. It's a lot of women thinking they're the prize. I don't view a woman as the prize. I'm the one who's willing to go out here and die for this family if necessary. You know, so when a woman doesn't fall in line with your program, you have to let her go. And that's what's not happening. Guys are intrigued. You know what I mean? They are bowing down to these women based on what? pussy. In my opinion, it's one of our biggest weaknesses. When we find a woman who is falling in line, we must not cheat on that woman. We should not put her through hell. Do not be abusive. Do not be overbearing. Give her the room to be the woman that she is, but she needs to always understand, I am the head of this family. I am the man of this family. And what you're going to see is that a lot of women don't want a man to be the head. You can look all across social media. You got women saying they want to lead. Baby girl, you want to lead? You'll lead, but I won't be anywhere in the picture. You go ahead and lead your family into destruction. Feel free. We already know how many young brothers is getting locked up that was raised by single mothers. We know how many brothers that are committing the same atrocities, having multiple children by multiple different women. All you can do is step back and not deal with women that think that that's okay. You know, I'm a strong believer in let people tell on themselves. I'm not going to correct a woman about nothing. I want you to be exactly who you are at all times. Be exactly who you are. That way I can examine the real you. And I can come to that understanding for myself to say, this is not the woman for me. You know, a lot of brothers have to understand it's our weakness that makes these women relevant. You want to see what a woman is really about? Don't get into bed with her. Don't give her no extra attention. You go on a date, go to Starbucks. I'm not going to spend a lot of money on you. I'm not going to go out of my way to impress you. You need to be the one that's impressing me. And that's not from a wicked or a mean standpoint. It's about the standpoint of I'm a man. And to have a man in your life, you're fortunate, especially when you're running around here with another man's children. When I met my wife, she got 2 daughters. I got 2 sons. So her daughters gain a stepfather. My sons gain a stepmother. Fair exchange ain't no robbery. If you're ever the one giving your all, and I'm going to cut it from my speech, you know, if you're ever the one who is giving your all and you're not getting the same thing in return, you're getting played. So for all the young guys out there who don't have kids, who are just starting to get their feet wet when it comes to women and things of that nature, you have to practice a discipline that is impeccable. Don't play no games. I asked my son, I say, hey, would you deal with a woman who got kids? He said, it depends. I say, it depends on what? What does it depend on? You're a 22-year-old college dropout. That's my son. I love him to death. You're a 22-year-old college dropout with no children. You have absolutely no business entertaining a 22-year-old woman who already got a baby daddy because she's not in your league. You have managed to not make that mistake of building a false family, going through the family court system, being involved in the nonsense. Take a step back from women who don't deserve you. See, because the aunties and the grandmama and the mama, they always say, he don't deserve a woman like you. But we need more men explaining to the young men, she doesn't deserve a man like you, a responsible man. A man who's accountable for his mistakes and a man who stands up for his reward. It's a lot of women that you shouldn't even be paying attention to. It's not about the government doing this or the government doing that. It's about black men who got their shit together saying, no, don't you take another step towards me, Miss Lady. Okay? Do not fall victim to the beauty, to that infatuation, because like I said earlier, I think sisters are gorgeous, but it's a discipline. It's no different than when you're a married man and you got dudes out here with side chicks and all that nonsense. No, you a man. If you made that woman your wife, you be her husband. Don't ever underestimate her. Don't think that she can't be grimy. Don't think that she can't be wicked. Don't think that she can't betray you. But always stand on your...
Right there, Dorian. He's out here in Vegas with me. That's my guy. Henrik Clark said, we don't have no friends. Right? We all know this, and I don't think that there's a soul on this panel that would disagree with Dr. Henrik Clark, and I'm going to say this, and then I'm going to let Jamfar777 speak, because he's been holding on for a minute. We don't have no friends. So who the fuck is we going to negotiate with, right? Who the fuck are we negotiating with? We making deals with and appealing to for anything that may benefit us directly or indirectly. We are functioning from a position of weakness.
Yes, sir.
Okay? With this idea, well, if you take away the benefits, let me tell you what'll happen in 2022 if bitches lost welfare. Okay? If bitches lost welfare, because this idea that if you take the welfare benefits away, bitches will crawl back to us or they'll fall in line. And these bitches
and who want that woman? I apologize for cutting you off.
No, you're right.
Right.
Yeah.
Who want her?
Who want the bitch that you had to handicap to surrender to your shit and she ain't want to fuck with you? Let me tell you, there are other routes for women to make it in 2022 other than welfare benefits. They will suck a dick, they will OnlyFans, they will do porn, they will do everything but fuck with you, and that's apparent.
Yeah.
We Adam, we discussed this before.
Yeah.
We discussed the same thing. Oh, well, if you take this away and that away, we going to negotiate with OnlyFans, not let bitches shit.
Yeah.
Who else we going to negotiate with to financially handicap these women to the point where they're forced patriarchy, forced to fuck with you? You got to force to fuck with you? That's how we overhaul this shit.
Provider male is dead.
That's how we do it.
You know they call it what, aggressive patriarchy now?
I gotta twist a bitch arm. That's what you want? Is that what you want?
And Marcus, you mind if I just want to drop a fact that's I think is interesting. Often when people make the argument about the welfare, you have to realize that the majority of Black women actually aren't on welfare right now. Right. Many of them are with the amount of investment that they receive in college, the amount of investment they receive in their business, they have a lot of debt. But many of them are able to just provide on their own because they've been given so many programs and services. A lot of them wouldn't even need welfare because you have so many charity organizations, so many shelters, so many different places that are designed to help them stay up. So if you kick Black women off of welfare, you'd kick what, maybe 22, 23% of Black women off of welfare. So the other 76% that wasn't fucking with you anyway, still ain't fucking with you anyway.
And they paying in the state, they're paying so much money they don't want to spend. Man, fuck that. Hey, Jamfar. Am I saying your name right?
I've been spitting facts.
You gotta get your mic up, bro. I can't hear you, brother. 777. Are you there?
Hey, can y'all hear me?
Little bit.
Hello?
Yeah, you say it as loud as you can. You're having sound problems. But go ahead. Talk to us.
I don't know if y'all can hear me.
You good?
I hear him.
Are you speaking?
Y'all hear me?
We hear you.
We hear you.
Let it rip.
Yeah, let me just come back in, drop out and come back in and see if y'all can hear me.
All right.
No, we can hear you.
We can hear you.
Right, go ahead and drop it on us, bro.
Just talk loud.
Okay. All right. Yeah. So it's like to just piggyback on the gentleman was saying about with his son, and single mother is like I found out some information that was pretty dark for me at the time, and I didn't realize how bad it is. Is that one of the things that I found out was micro chimor.
You might have a bad signal, bro.
I know I was talking about the microchimerism, the microchimerism.
I'm sorry?
Hey.
With the
Yes. So basically, she picks up the DNA from the baby, right? The thing about that is that DNA influences the DNA of children that come after, right? So you have a situation where the first dude or the first multiple dudes, after she's done with them, is influencing the genetic outcomes of your children that you have decide to have with her. All right, that's crazy to me. That men who for millennia have focused on purity of their lineage would accept it. You know, it's like that's a bad deal. It's a bad deal. It's like
yes, where
men have gone out of their way to make sure.
Where you getting this information from? I'm curious. Jafar, can you hear me? I think I might have to drop him out and let him come back in. Hey, Jafar, I'm gonna drop you down and then let you come back in, and maybe you'll have a better signal. But I'm interested in what you're saying,
Okay.
so I'm gonna drop you down and jump back in. All right.
All right.
Yeah, hit the link again.
But as we said earlier, as long as you don't wife them, you know, it really doesn't matter. Yeah.
Okay, let me drop him down. So, understand, white men couldn't get these laws changed. We ain't doing it either. We're not. I don't give a fuck what Ice Cube got shut the fuck down. When the last time we've heard from Ice Cube in his contract with Black America? So again, we're getting away from the topic, and the topic is Pookie and Ray Ray. Understand that if you are competing with Pookie and Ray Ray, you are in the same space as Pookie and Ray Ray, and you're competing for Pookie and Ray Ray's women. These are not issues that are affecting Black men politically or any other way. It's only affecting who is fucking Black women and who isn't.
There it is.
That's it. It's only affecting, right, who wants to fuck the women, because it's not just Black women, because it's just affecting the Black men who want to fuck who Pookie's fucking. This is a pussy contest. This is a pussy game contest. This is a pussy argument, pussy competition. If you want to fuck with these women, you're going to have to upgrade yourself in many ways. You're going to have to become the man that those women want. Now, if you want to do that, there will be a video for that.
Yeah.
Right. But this argument that you're trying, that motherfuckers is trying to make this like a movement for the Manosphere and for Black men at large, get the fuck out of here. SYSBM all day. Save you. And Bay, you said your retirement plan. So for those who don't know, Bay says he wants to get the fuck out of here. That's the plan. That's it. It's like trying to overhaul Chernobyl. This shit is nuked, brothers. It's nuked, right? Now, if you are lucky enough to find yourself a woman here, like my man D has, cool, right?
And that's luck. And
yeah,
that's luck.
Yeah,
I'm not. I hate to cut you off.
No,
it ain't like I'm Superman. It ain't like I'm this and I'm that. But in my opinion, bro, one of the hardest things for brothers to do is to realize when he's found the one. Because when we're single, we have a plethora of women. At least I did. And I'm not nothing special. I don't consider myself to be no outstanding ass dude. But when I was single, my woman knew you're not the only woman. You get what I mean? Now, as I saw her values and I saw the things that I'm like, you know what? This is what I'm looking for, and playtime needs to be over. I settled down at 31, 32. You know what I mean? A lot of cats struggle when it comes to the point of understanding I found the right one. It's time for me to sit my ass down. You know, I was really interested in what the brother was about to say about the DNA and about how you transfer things. I was really interested in what he had to say because me and my father kind of moved on the same spectrum. When I talked to my dad, when he was 25 to 30. My dad was a womanizer all the way up until 41. He's been married for 25 years now. So when we aren't present in them young men's lives and giving them the keys and helping them understand that, hey, it ain't about how much pussy you can conquer. You know what I mean? It's about finding that woman who has humbled herself to say, you know what? I'm going to respect this man. You know what I mean? And I'm not going to try and overrule this man. I don't mean to brag at no point. My woman has never raised her voice at me. You know what I mean? And this is over years. We've had extreme disagreement. But disrespect me, raise a voice at me, embarrass me, those are things that I've never experienced. A lot of guys are tolerating that. In my opinion, you deserve what you tolerate. That's what I tell black women when they want to complain about Pookie and Ray Ray. It's like, you tolerate it. Bullshit. Because even though you control that man because you make more money than him, you the one with the apartment or you the one with the house. You get what I mean? The fact of the matter is that you knew he couldn't really make no moves without you. What happens with a lot of Pookies and Ray Rays when they are real men and they sold the brother back, so I'm gonna give him the floor. A lot of Pookies and Ray Rays, they become men when they realize this woman telling me everything to do. She telling me how to dress. She making me go to church. Everything that she wants me to do, I do. That's where you're gonna separate the men from the boys. Because a real man cannot live under a woman. He can't do it. You're going to have guys that go with the flow forever. There are guys who were Pookie and Ray Ray when they were 25, and they've been with the same woman, and now they're 50. Why? Because he didn't have that intestinal fortitude to be a man, step out there on his own, and really go for what he wanted. I didn't find my queen when I was at my best, but I was definitely by myself. You get what I mean? A lot of guys, they cling to that woman because once they move out of mama house, they don't have a place of their own. They have no education. They have no trade. I got into the construction trades at 18 years old. I could always provide for me. So that gave me the confidence when I'm dealing with this woman who making $160,000. It's like, okay, I don't make $160,000, but I don't need $1 of your money. And what I realized throughout that marriage, I oftentimes have more money than you. Why? Because with me being this ghetto ass nigga, I understand that you don't overspend, you don't waste money, you don't need a brand new 2002 Lexus fresh off the. I don't move like that. But Pookie and Ray Ray have no voice. He cannot say, hey, don't get that brand new car with the $500 note and the $400 insurance. He can't tell her, don't do that. But when you a man and you on your square, you say, look, if we partners, babe, if you want that car, you gonna pay for it. That has nothing to do with what I bring to the table. I'm not gonna stress myself out. I'm not gonna go crazy trying to make you happy because you want to live up to whatever standard is in your mind. And real quick, because I want to get that brother the floor, we have to understand when we talk about white men, those are some of the biggest simps in the world. Okay? White men bow down to their women every single day. And I just wanted to make that point real quick. Go ahead.
We're in Western culture.
Yes, sir.
What do you think Western culture is? It's Europe. You go
they bow down to her every single day. So he's not gonna do nothing to change the way things are. The reason that divorce laws are what they are is because he bowed down to his woman. The reason that men lose in family court and child support is because it ain't because the black man. Okay, they didn't implement child support because black men weren't taking care of their kids. They implemented that because white men weren't taking care of their kids. So when it comes to that, when I hear people talk that political stance, it's like, come on, we 4%, what? Black men, 4%, 5%. Even if you do everything you can, you ain't really got no power. But you do have power when it comes to your women, when it comes to your family, and to cut certain people off. Go ahead.
Your involvement in your participation. Let me say this real quick. Michael Gomez, drop that link that you're trying to post in the chat. Hit me in the Facebook DM with that, and I'll post it in the chat. I might be able to post it in the chat. It might block you.
Feeling better, boo-boo?
It might not block me. So Okay. I think
I'm in here on the live chat.
I think he's referring to what Jamfar is talking about. So we're gonna have Jamfar come in, right? And continue what he was saying earlier. Mike, hit me with that link in my DM, bro. All right, and I'll get that in the comments. So in the chat. So go ahead, bro. Janfar, we with you. 777.
So I don't want to exaggerate it. You know,
try to get as close and loud as you can to the mic, brother.
Okay, so I don't want to exaggerate it. Can y'all hear me?
Barely, but we're gonna work.
I don't want to exaggerate it because there is a subset. Yeah, there's a subset that it's about. They focus in on if she sleeps with anybody, she holds DNA, and that's not exactly true. It's who she got impregnated by. What we know is that black women are one of the largest demographics. I'm sorry, I'm at work. An alarm just went off.
Go ahead, we're listening to you. We're bearing with you, bro.
Okay.
We want.
All right. So one of the largest demographics of abortion, okay, and it was a news article in, I believe, the New York Times. It was an op-ed where it was saying in New York, I believe black women are like the most likely to receive abortion. What that means is that they are walking around and carrying the DNA of the child that they aborted, okay? And the DNA for that child stays in their body for a minimum up to 27 years. That means basically all of the years that she is fertile. 27 years is a long time, and they're not even sure that it actually leaves, okay? It beds itself within her DNA. Now, if she has multiple baby daddies, that means different DNA. There has been a study on this, but I'm sure it's a cause, or you can find a linkage between that and autoimmune disease that women often suffer from, because it's attacking something that's foreign, okay? But that's something else. I want to focus on the man's side, is that DNA that she's holding eventually gets passed on to the children that she has. But that's, y'all follow me? And so that DNA can influence his outcomes. It can influence height. It can influence other things, similar like a recessive gene that you inherit from like grandparents or so on. All right. That is an issue. All right. A lot of men are like don't know. It's like if she's already had children, and I'm not even talking about the spiritual side, because like I'm a spiritual person. I'm Christian. Okay, so you're not even talking about it's like David talking about in I was shaped by iniquity in my mother's womb type situation, where this other man influence or his DNA is getting into your children. You're not even talking about that as of yet. All right, that's an issue. That's all I gotta say on that.
So look, I posted that link. Okay, I posted that link. So this should give people even more incentive to not compete with Pookie for women. All right, you compete. If you're competing with Pookie for women, then what this man just said, and this is, I've heard about this sort of thing before, and a lot of times I looked at it like, I kind of dismissed it, but I'm going to read this myself and check it out. Bay, you haven't said anything in a while, so I want you to speak. Are you there? Hey, Bay. Okay, somebody else. Hey, Dom.
Yeah, I'll jump in.
Yeah.
I got this thing back here printing one sheet. But there's lots of good stuff that has been said in these past couple of minutes that I've been listening intently. Going to the brother who's below me, I forgot his name. What was your name again? D Ray or Delvin, or you got yourself on mute. So yeah. So the point she was making about women. You said you was 31 years old when you met the woman of your dreams. You know how we always say we meet the woman that locks us off our feet. We say she's the right one, and you knew as a man this is the woman that said, "Hey, time to settle down, time to put the games aside. This is who I see myself building a family with." Because that woman was humble. She's not questioning your leadership. She's not questioning your authority. You did everything right. We're not going to judge you by your past. We've all made mistakes. We've all had things we're not proud of. There's no man that's sitting on this panel that can say, "Oh, I did everything right." We did. We'll all be millionaires. We'll be sitting right here right now on a Friday night. So, but we're here saying, "Hey, this is what we can do." That story right there needs to be told. There's too many guys are out here looking for women that don't exist. If we all love to quote stats, we all love to quote figures, but when we look at the good black man, Pookie and Ray Ray, and educated Lane, let's break all this down. You have kind of said, I'm going to do all three of them categories. That good black man wants to take care of her kids, save the community, be the civil rights leader 2.0. I'm a Black Lives Matter activist. I'm going to do all this stuff for my people, for her, and neglect myself in the process. So if something happens to me, those children that I'm raising don't have that my blood in them, my sperm didn't make them. So my lineage is dead when I'm gone. No matter if I adopted the child, put my last name on theirs, got a baby or what have you, renamed it Dominic Huff Jr., that is still not my child. My bloodline is dead. So we have to make sure if we do want to continue on in this world, that we have to have something like that down the road. When it comes to Pookie and Ray Ray love to be controlled. They are trying to live. They're trying to do what it takes because it's cold outside. They need some clothes. We see gas prices are up. We see the cost of living is going up in the major city. We ain't living in the country parts. We don't live in trailer parks. We don't live 100 miles from the city. We're in urban areas, the suburban areas. So we'll do what it takes. We'll put up the bitch's attitude. We'll raise her kid. We'll toss little fruit snacks around. We'll do little dumb shit and what have just so we can survive. Then after we get done surviving, you get tired of that shit. You say, "Man, fuck this." Either he gonna find another woman he can do that to, or he say, "No, what? I gotta get my shit together." This is why I always tell men, don't date when your shit ain't together, because you will never be in a position to win. Because she will always use all that stuff she did for you when she's back. I brought those clothes on your back. I cooked that food. You wouldn't have that shit if it wasn't for me. A woman would throw that shit in your face that she helped build you up. This guy said, "Oh, I'm winning. She paying this. She doing that." Let that bitch get really mad. And that shit will come out either in private or worse in public. And in public, it's really bad because she's going to rip you to shreds to the point you will feel like you 6'3", you'll be like you 5'2" by the time she's done because of how bad she is. So when guys, "Oh, well, it's a new day. It's a new time. Yada, yada, yada." Fuck that. That's some white talking points they tell you so you can get comfortable, so you can sit there and be in the corner. You don't get the privilege of white liberalism as a black man. You don't. You think you do, but you really don't. At the end of the day, you'll be pushed right to the side, reminded of where you sit in this society, because we know, we talked about earlier about the whole welfare reform, not to rehash that issue. You already know at the end of the day, they will still get taken care of no matter how much you bring them to heel. So when it comes down to it, let's stop the pussy fighting. Let's get down to what we need to do as individuals. If you want to live in the city, you want to live in the country, you want to live in the suburb, you want to live overseas, take the steps you need to do to get there. Damn what everybody else say, because they will hate you anyway of what you're trying to do, because they don't like you anyway, because you're now divesting from the system. These women talk about divesting all the time, but they ain't divesting from shit because they still over here talking shit. So if you have divested, you are swirling, why the fuck you still over here? That's why I get on brothers about, if you're truly done, why are you still over there? Why are you still trying to bring these women to heel? Why are you still trying to hold them accountable? If you are done, it just sounds like you have a broken heart. You mad because you didn't get picked. Hell, we all didn't get picked on some shit. You know what I mean? When I tried to shoot my shot too and I got shot down, guys still walking around here, "Well, I can't believe she didn't pick me. She went with Pookie and Ray Ray and this and the third. Now she's a single mother." I don't care. Guess what? That bitch ain't my headache. guess what? I'm not going to reward her because when you was cute and childless, I wanted you. Now you're fat and with 2 bastard kids, and then you come over here to some hey stranger, bitch, go fuck yourself. Men need to have the courage to say that shit. It says that, oh, it's my turn now. Oh, the whole bullshit is never yours, it's your fucking turn. That's the biggest coping mechanism I ever seen in my damn life. Because really what you want is you want the bitch that turns you down in her prime. Now she's back over here. You so happy you get a piece of her in her worst to say, oh, I got her, because that's part of a pussy conquest. We got to raise our standards, fellas. And what you need to do is stop. I don't even fuck the single mothers. Stop taking them out. Stop buying them coffee. If you say you're done with single mothers, guess what? The reason why they still do this shit, because you talk all this shit on panels like this, they're behind closed doors, you're over there doing all sorts of shit for them, so they're gassed up. If you want them to feel your pain, then put their ass in the cold, because guess what? They'll do your broke ass like that. How many times they say broke niggas deserve no pussy? How many times you hear that? How many times you hear dusty dudes don't deserve shit? Black men don't deserve this. So they put all the stipulation on cutting you off, but this girl can come over here, look like Shamu and damn Shaggy or whatever, all the other cartoon characters, and you will say she's still a black woman. She's still the queen. She don't say you still a queen when you living over there in a shack in the hood, riding the fucking bus, flipping hamburgers at Dairy Queen. Does she say, oh, he's still a king? No, she said you're still a fucking loser. So, fellas, you need to take that in your head and realize you're in a dual economy and say, you know what? I need to go do my shit for me. That's what Marcus tells you to do all the time. He did the high value series. He does all these videos. The guy with the marriage tells you that. Adam gives you the damn data. I give you the damn stuff in the magazine. What more do you need? Are you truly red pill or are you just a closeted simp? That's the question we need to ask ourselves right now.
Yeah,
put people shit on Front Street, but I'm just gonna just leave that right there because I don't got started. Now I got this organic energy drink.
Marcus, you want to speak about this thing on the screen?
Yeah, I'm gonna talk about this for a second because this is very interesting. Okay, so this is microchimerism.
Microchimerism.
Microchimerism, okay, is the presence of a small number of cells that originate from one individual and are therefore genetically distinct from the cells of the host individual. The phenomenon may be related to certain types of autoimmune diseases. However, the mechanisms responsible for this relationship are unclear. So let's move forward. In humans, and perhaps in all placentals, right? The most common form is the fetal-maternal and I'm a reader. Chimerism. Yeah, I'm embarrassed. Also known as fetal cell microchimerism or fetal chimerism, whereby cells from a fetus pass through the placenta and establish cell lineages within the mother. Wow, that's deep. Whoa. Okay.
They get a lineage, but we don't.
Fetal cells have been documented to persist and multiply in the mother for several decades. The exact phenotype of these cells is unknown, although several different cell types have been identified, such as various immune lineages. All right. That's a big word right there. Messy. I'm going to skip it. Okay. All right. Okay. This is interesting, man. This is a very strong argument for not dating single mothers.
And I do want to state one thing I think is interesting that they say they speak a lot about what's unknown here. I wonder how much of that is because they couldn't get funding to study this on women because of how it might make women look, especially if they engage in this type of lifestyle. Because some of these reasons why things are unknown is because they can't get the funding because nobody really wants to know.
That's hey man, look man. Now see, I got to research this shit now. You're AD, man. Like this is a very strong argument. Now understand, right? Again, like in other videos and in other places on YouTube, guys talk about the single mother thing, et cetera, et cetera. My thing is, if this is the case, then you should not be competing with these men for these women. Yeah. This is a very strong argument. I mean, if nothing else we said tonight got through to you, hey, Jamfar 777, yo, I appreciate that, bro. That, hey, Dorian, you might be on mute, but yeah, 777, I appreciate your contribution with that shit right there, because that's deep. It's a concept that I've heard before, but I've never been presented with anything real. Go ahead, D. You
check it out. Think about when you have those unfortunate situations where you have that toxic woman that tells the son, "You just like your daddy."
Yeah.
She's not just talking about facial features. She's talking about that personality.
But that's genetics. No, hold on, D. That's genetics from the father. But what he's presenting here is that there is lingering genetic matter from previous sex partners.
Ooh wee.
Yeah. You understand what I'm saying? This is what he's presenting here. So just imagine you meet a female who done fucked around with these dudes, and one of these dudes got a pathology that now your child will now inherit because of his genetics lingering in her body for several decades. That's some
wow.
shit, bro.
Yeah. Notice it's the language. It says genetic lineage, right? So these cells replicate and continue to exist for decades.
Ooh. Whoa.
Now multiply that by the number of partners, which is in this case is likely more than 3.
That's scary. That's scary. I don't even want to do it.
This is mind-blowing shit here. Okay. I've learned something tonight, fellas.
Now I wonder, Marcus, that is just theory, but I wonder if they can leave the placenta once she gets pregnant again, can they re-enter the placenta if they're still swimming around there for decades? Could she get pregnant again?
This is the unknown factor, right? Now look, hey, bro, this would explain a lot of pathologies and issues.
Yeah,
you understand what I'm saying? And why people make certain decisions. And I mean, culture is one thing, but we talk about nature and nurture, right? Right. So this is some spooky ass shit right here.
That's great.
This is spooky shit.
And this is what dudes want to save. This is what we want to change laws to save.
Not only save and change laws to save, but compete for.
Compete for, yes.
Compete for.
This is the altruism of the educated lane.
Yeah, let's get rid of these guys so we can have these women with the residue of the other guy. This is residual. You understand me?
Fighting over scraps.
Yeah.
Hey, bro. Jamfar 777, you are the MVP of tonight's broadcast. Thank you. I appreciate it. And then Cortez adds, multiply that by 100 partners. So
yeah. And remember, if it's significant that it says decades, because a lot of us, we're not talking about women in their 50s or 60s that you're trying to bag. You're talking about women in their 30s or their 40s or their 20s. And so if it's for decades, that means, many of the women who are within the prime dating age range have this going on. So especially whether she has kids or not.
Jamfar says it's not sexual partners, but men she got pregnant by. Okay, so then this is either the single, but see, how do we know how many abortions?
Yes, or miscarriages.
So or miscarriages. So we can talk about her live births, right? And then the child that you're now having with her shares genetics between you and her previous baby fathers. Right? Or we can talk about the unknown variable of abortions and, like you said, miscarriages, right? So Cortez says, Marcus, think about it. This is what the Freddy Krueger story was based on. They've been knowing this. Okay, This is some other shit. I'm childless. Happy to say. This is something that I don't have to now think about. Like, damn, if I had a kid, you know?
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
Let's give a moment of silence to this shit right here, bro. This is some spooky shit. So he said, Afroshop says, I believe in sexual partners as long as semen is involved. Again, that deserves
I've read that.
That deserves
I'm sorry. No, I'm sorry, man. I'm just saying I've read what Afroshop was talking about. I've read some studies that said it was just sexual partners. So they had found sperm in a woman's head. She was dead, and it was still swimming around in her head. I think she was like 102. And they found sperm in her brain.
Head?
They found sperm in her brain. Yes, that was still alive.
All of this deserves more research, but yo, this is crazy. That means everybody on this panel, your shit is lurking in some shit.
Hey man,
yo, isn't that crazy? That means that you might have affected the genetics of some other niggas' kids, because I know I have under the D
hospices.
You hear me? Yo, under this premise,
yeah,
that means. Damn, that means we got kids, really. Like,
right.
Are you really childless?
It makes me wish I was more responsible in my younger days. Like,
yeah.
See, but that speaks to how powerful we are. Think about that. A brother just presented information that seed that you plant.
That speaks about how at risk we are.
Oh yes, I respect what you just said. I respect what you just said, brother.
Well, I'm a second child, and my mother's first child that shares the same father. Yeah. So I mean, hopefully, I'm a complete package. But damn, yo, this shit just paused the whole cast. But check this out, bro. We gonna start making closing statements, but damn, if that shit don't move you to seek elsewhere, now motherfucker, board a plane, board
a starship,
board a plane. Hey, Shane, you ain't talk all night. I need your input. You ain't talk all night, bro. Jump in, please.
Man, I mean, give the Pookies and the Ray Rays, they not out here competing for this shit. They just out here standing, and they understand that women come for them because women are self-destructive a lot of times, you know. And then they complain about the aftermath of their own personal decisions. Like, I used to know a chick that resented me and hated me because I didn't steal her from the dude that gave her a kid. You know what I mean? And it's like, what do I look like stealing a chick from a bum that really don't want a better lifestyle than that? Because a lot of chicks, they fear or they resent a guy who is consistent because that's boring, reliable because that's boring. You know what I mean? They gravitate towards all this stuff that is dramatic and self-destructive. I mean, can't make no sense of it.
That might have everything to do with what we're discussing right now.
Yeah, like I was out of this discussion because I've had internet issues.
No, I got you. But what I'm saying is this micro hey, help me out.
Chimerism, micro chimerism,
like
chimera, yeah.
Micro chimerism, micro chimerism.
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'm a 99 plus fucking statewide reader. That's a new, no bullshit, and that's a new word to me. But yo, damn,
you know what else I noticed too?
There will be more research on this, fellas. But go ahead, Shane. I'm sorry.
Another thing I noticed too is, like, you look at relationships in general, it's usually the bad toxic relationships that last a long time. But the ones where the relationship is decent, the woman will end that shit quick. Like, oh, I've just been seeing this dude for 2-3 months. Why'd you end it? Well, and then there's some bullshit excuse that really doesn't make sense. But then you talk about her past relationships. Oh yeah, I was with this guy for 7-8 years and just had a new kid with him, and I got 2 other kids by him too. How come y'all don't get married? Well, he wasn't ready, but you gave him 3 goddamn kids. What sense does that make?
So, okay, so here we go. Stop competing with these guys because you are swapping genetics.
I want to make one more point too.
I want you to, and these are going to be closing points. So fire away.
So to address the earlier thing, how it was mentioned before that is usually the ratchet chicks that go after the Pookies and Ray Rays. That's not necessarily true. I mean, it's all up and down the ladder.
It's categorically false.
Regardless of race, these women will gravitate shit. They will go towards shit that will fuck their life up, and it's primarily because of society entitles them to be reckless and makes them believe that they won't face any kind of consequences. And then when they do, they're shocked because, you know, in this Western society, a lot of women think that they are invincible. So they have this hot girl summer. I mean, for the ghetto ones, this hot girl summer. But then when you get the ones that, you know, go to Ivy League schools and they do the exact same thing, then it's just they're finding themselves. And then, you know, they get to a point to where they're just looking for a sucker to settle down with, someone that's safe, that'll clean up their mess, and that's when they. I mean, this is where other groups of women do a lot better than black women when it comes to sweeping their dirty laundry under the rug.
But yeah, so again, I want you to also don't leave out what we're talking about as far as you know, all this stuff that we see on social media where they're talking about, you know, Pookie and Ray Ray is the problem, because that's where we started out at. Like, you know, like, you know, it's always been my belief, and, you know, again, I've had these conversations with everybody here off the internet, you know, because a lot of you guys hit me directly. My belief has always been that Pookie and Ray Ray is a result, and a lot of it has to do with how our culture is ran, how our environment is, you know, and the choices that, you know, the women, some of us, even our mothers, have made for us, you know, decisions made for us.
Yep.
Right? That, you know, when we were kids, we didn't understand, but now that we're older, we see it happening to generations after us. And now that we're older and we understand it, we're kind of getting to a point where we're not accepting these things over and over and over again. And because, like Bay said earlier, he says, well, they created the problem, they being the government, the state, whatever the case may be. And by proxy, they have given these women power to perpetuate this. Understand, we are not in control of the environment, and anybody we negotiate with to change it, it is not in their interest to do it. I don't give a fuck how much money they save in the process. Okay, so the best you can do is either remove yourself from the situation and, you know, put yourself in another environment, or, you know, if you're lucky enough, like one of the 6 men on the panel, to find a woman that ain't with the bullshit, cool, right? If you're lucky enough. I have not been that lucky. You know, again, it's easy to slip your dick into something nowadays, and if, you know, I got guys in the chat room that are only interested in getting pussy, because again, that's where I think that this Pookie and Ray Ray argument for most people stems from. It's not about saving anything. You know, you got guys that are really, I think Bay is someone who is genuinely interested, because he grew up this way, in saving Black people, Black culture, and the Black community. And me and Bay have known each other for years, and we have these conversations. And he's very passionate about that. And I often have to tell Bay, I'm sorry, but it's not gonna happen. It's you know, I hate to tell him that's my man. Don't get it twisted, but I hate to give him that information. This the cat's out the bag. It's not going back in. But you can't say, because you would have to negotiate with people whose interests you don't share. They don't share your goal. You would have to negotiate with a bunch of people who are not interested in what you want. The only thing you can do is walk away from the table. That's all you can do.
Yep.
It's like a union negotiation that ain't happening. They don't want to give you overtime. They don't want to give you more benefits. You got to walk away from the table or you strike.
I was just going to say, I hate to cut you off, Marcus. I was just going to say,
good.
When a man don't have no power, like if you look at a man in prison and he don't have no power, he'll go on a hunger strike.
Yeah.
Because that's the last thing he can do. It's like, okay, I'm not going to eat. You know what I mean? And it takes a strong man to make that stance to say, I'm not going to eat. You can't make me eat. You know what I mean? You can present the food to me, but I'm not going to eat. You know what I mean? And that level of strength is necessary to say, you know what? I don't care how good it looked. You could put steak, potatoes, broccoli. You could prepare it to my liking, to my specifications. I'm not going to eat. And that requires the highest level of discipline. And I can't front as if I would have that discipline if that came down to it, because as men, we hungry. We want to eat. It's natural to eat. You know what I mean? But it gets to a point where you got to say, I'm not going to eat. I think that the only reason that you see when you hear brothers, like a brother earlier addressed the brother above me, where women say they're going to divest, is because brothers are speaking up. See, when we're cubs, man, when we kids, we are taught, you don't speak your mama's business. Your mother will train you thoroughly. You don't tell my business. You know, black men are not like Eminem. We're not going to go out here and speak bad about our mother. But now it's getting to a point where brothers are speaking up and women are giving a lot of pushback. And it's not every woman, because you got black women that fully understand. It's women out here competing with their daughters. You know what I mean? It's women whose sisters understand these women are on bullshit. Just like we got brothers that's on bullshit. You know what I mean? But to be able to push that plate back and say, I'm not going to eat this. I'm not going to let you give me that. You know what I mean? I don't care how good it look. I don't want to bite. I'm good. You know what I mean? I respect every brother on this panel. When me and you were talking the other day, when you were saying to save yourself is the most important, because when they see that they could talk all that divestment shit, like the brother said, why you still here? Why you still want to hold me accountable? If you're done with me, be done with me. The reality is that they're not done with you. They want you to bow down.
Yeah.
So once you represent yourself in strength and say, look, I'm not going to bow down. I'm going to always be a man. If you don't want to fall up under it, I know for a fact that there are other women who will. And, you know, you got brothers that's going overseas. You got brothers that's traveling. And I used to have a strong stance like, look, black man belong with a black woman. You belong with the woman that's going to respect you. You belong with the woman that's going to understand that, look, I don't care if I triple this man's income. When I choose him as a man, I expect him to be a man, and I'm going to fall in line. It's a lot of people who don't want to fall in line. Don't eat.
Oh, and you know what? To your point.
Look, real quick, I just want to say this. Luckily, there's other shit on the menu that you don't have to starve.
Plenty.
Shame.
Plenty.
And to his point, about how black mothers would tell their kids, don't tell mama business. I mean, that was usually a tactic in the black society to be abusive towards children. You know what I mean? To control them. It had nothing to do with respect. It had everything to do with, I'm just gonna mold you and warp you how I want to make myself feel better about my fucked up decisions. You know what I mean? And it also curved a lot of black men's thinking that, the black race can't continue if the black man is not with the black woman. But the reality is, it's the man that carries the seed. So no matter where he plants that seed, there's gonna be black. The black man does not necessarily need the black woman for anything, because she is supposed to be there to be for him, not the other way around. The black man can actually go and make a new black woman anywhere else. It doesn't matter.
So I will give me your closing. I'm gonna start with Dom, and I'm gonna work my way down. I don't know where Bay is if he's there, but I'm gonna work my way down. So Dom, give me your final thoughts on the Pookie, Ray Ray, educated lame, and the good black man. Because I don't think we even touched on the whole good black man, because to be honest, and just quickly, I think, and I want closing arguments to be about the actual topic and not necessarily women's behavior. Touch on that whole title, the Pookie, Ray Ray, educated lame, and the good black man, the war between these archetypes. So give us your final thoughts on that, Mr. Huff.
All right, well, thank you, Mr. Rulius. I appreciate it's always been here on this panel. So I'm over here just doing multiple things right now. That's closing out Pookie, Ray Ray, educated lame, good black man. The good black man is a myth. That is just some shit women create, that the goalposts move however we feel like it should move by the day. It is usually doing something that benefits them and their children or the community, and nothing that you get out of it altogether. Pookie and Ray Ray are the guys they can control. And the educated lame, I hate that term, because I know people who are educated who are not lame, and I know people who are dumbass that are totally lame. So I think what these people have done with that term they have started trying to say, well, I can't get women because I'm an educated lame. So you eased in educated in that over there, try to say, oh, I'm educated. Well, how are you educated? Do you have a college degree? Do you have a trade? Do you have a certification? Do you have X number of years of experience on the job? What makes you educated the way you put that word in front of the word lame to call yourself, just like we had the select versus non-select arguments that we see a lot in the manosphere. So as all in all, this is a pussy war, and guys will have to make a decision. Are these the women that you want or you don't want? It's no in between. If you want them, then great. Then know what you're in for. And I ain't talking about their behavior. I'm talking about this, hey, this is what you have to compete for. This is the lane you want to play in. This is the game you want to play. So you're going to have to compete whether you want to or not. Shout out to Obsidian on this terms. He said this first. People want to be sexual marketplace socialists. So you want to be a socialist in the marketplace when it comes to what you want, because you say, hey, I want big, feminine, submissive women and all this type of stuff. But, she has to be happy with a Starbucks date. She got to be happy with working 80 hours alongside me. She got to do all this stuff that she would not do with other guys, but you want her to do all this stuff for you because you're the so-called good black man who's in high demand, and she should be happy that I'm here pursuing her. No, you're just acting like a sexual marketplace socialist, just like these single mothers do when they try to act like you're missing out on your blessing by letting the kids scare you and all this type of stuff. You got to grow up. So you have to ask yourself, what pool do you want to play in? If you want to check out, then great, check out. If you're checked, I always say if you checked out, then certain debates should not be of concern to you. If you're a team Becky, this has been in the Manosphere before. They all say black men who are team Becky, we don't want to hear shit you got to say about black women. Black men who are this, we don't want to hear shit about this. I don't succumb to that. I just say, hey, that's not my fight. I don't care. I don't care who wins that, because that does not concern me. I can care less if they win or you win. That's not my fight. I have my own fights over there to deal with. I'm in a whole different category in SYSBM. Because now I got to deal with, okay, if my woman's going to be non-black, then I got to say, okay, now I have to ask myself, how can I deal with the fact she may have racist in-laws? How can I deal with the fact that now, how do we raise our children if I have children with her? So where shall we half black, half whatever? But those are questions that I expect to see more of if you're in that category since you moved on. So I think our conversations and our thought patterns have to match our so-called actions that we're saying that we're doing. Because the pussy war is over with, fellas. You're not going to win that fight. You're just not. Because we're in a sexual liberation time. We're in the most liberated they've ever been in society, and women are not going to turn back the hands of time to go back to 1950. No matter how hard we try, how much you hope for, no matter how much you pull all these stats and studies, women are not going back to. They got way too much money. They got way too much power. They got way too much whatever. Good for them. I'm not against it. How do you navigate that space? And I'm going to leave with that cliffhanger for next time. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk.
All right, so Shane, I'm gonna drop to you.
All right. Well, the Pookie and the Ray Ray, in my opinion, they are just a machine off the Skynet assembly line. Pretty much, that's all they are. They NPCs, non-playable characters, and they are just there as a product of the environment. And for some reason, a lot of men feel like we got to compete with them for whatever reason. But on what level? What are they really doing? Nothing. They're just in the background, and women just choose them for whatever personal reasons that they choose them for. Now, as far as the educated lane, I think I see that as more of a projection of women's shame.
They didn't create the term, though.
I'm not even sure where the term came from.
The term came from Sergeant Willie Pete.
Oh, okay.
I don't mean to interrupt your closing statement, but the term educated lame is a Manosphere 1.0 term. That was Sergeant Willie Pete, that he created that from scratch.
Okay, I wasn't aware of that.
So he created that term to describe, not to shame. Now, you know how the terms get created and then they get, bastardized into an insult, like incel, right? So what happened was he created that term just to basically categorize the type of guy that women are not into, and then they took it and used it as a derogatory term like incel. Right, so that's where that comes from. And I agree.
In that case, I really don't have much to say about it if that's like his moniker or whatever he used it for.
Well, I mean, but you're right when you say, because the women have taken that term and created it to be an insult.
Yeah, I mean, because usually when women want to shame, they always project their own insecurity and then try to flip it onto the man as if it's a part of his personality.
But I want to keep this kind of to like this competition between these male counterparts, because I understand what you're saying with the women, but like, with the guys, and especially with, you got a lot of guys in the manosphere now, taking these arguments of, it's Pookie and Ray Ray is the problem, and educated lane, good black man, right? Good black man, as far as I'm concerned, is a simp. But I'm sorry, man. Go ahead.
Oh, that's all right.
I just wanted to clarify that because you weren't here in the beginning.
Okay, yeah, I appreciate you clarifying that, because I didn't know that was a Sergeant Willie Pete thing. So, yeah, I really don't have much to really say on that, because I didn't know it was kind of used that way in the manosphere and just how it progressed. But as far as the good black man, in my opinion, the good black man is a broken black man. Pretty much a man that has been born into a slave mentality, and then some men, they find their way of breaking their chains and getting out of that mentality because it doesn't serve them. It's pretty much a mentality where you spend your entire existence serving everyone but yourself.
So I'm gonna move on to my man D Gray, and then on to my man Adam MGTOW, and then I'll make my closing comment.
All right. First thing I want to say is respect to all the brothers on the panel, man, because I was just messing around with my phone, chilling with the fam, and I clicked on YouTube and seen you on here, man, and y'all was chopping it up in a real way. So I got to listening and I wanted to weigh in. Like I said, Pookie and Ray Ray ain't going nowhere. That's not my competitor. That's not my competition. And if you truly believe in yourself as a man, that's not your competitor. That's not your competition. As I would tell my sons, education ain't never lame. You know what I mean? Get as much education as you can. You know, it's funny to me because you have a lot of black women. The first thing they say is, we are the most educated. You know what I mean? So ain't no such thing as no educated lame, in my opinion. Education doesn't equal power, but it definitely don't make you no lame. No. When it comes to a good black man, well, from the sister's position, that means the man that bow down. But from my position, that means the man who don't take no shit and don't tolerate no disrespect. A good black man is not going to tolerate nonsense. I cannot tell you what nonsense is. You have to decide for yourself what nonsense is, you know, and we all have to go through that phase where we got to say, okay, what is nonsense to me? There are brothers out here that can marry a stripper and live happily ever after. Mm-hmm. To some other brothers, that's total and complete nonsense. So be true to yourself. You know what I mean? Like the one brother said, there's a lot of closet simps out here. It's a lot of guys that can get online and talk a certain way, but in their real life, they know they're not that guy. Be true to yourself. You know what I mean? Don't be in a rush to correct people. Let people show you exactly who they are and tolerate less. We are all capable of choosing wrong. Trust me, we are all capable of choosing wrong. Women have chosen wrong when dealing with me. Why? Because I used to be fake. And I can present this certain facade of I'm this type of man and I'm that type of man. But when some time go by, she get to really know the real me. Every man need to take his time, you know what I mean? And let people reveal to you who they really are. That's a good black man who gonna not tolerate no nonsense. I respect every brother on the panel. Go ahead. No
doubt. I appreciate it, man. You know I'm gonna have you up on here again, man, because they loving you in the chat, bro.
Oh, is that right?
Oh yeah. Now, and I heard what you said about, you know, guys, you know, being undercover. I ain't gonna say no names, but we got a couple of the content creators that you have collaborated in the past.
Hey, you know, and you know, this is one of the things that people gotta understand. I want to say this, and you kind of brought my mind to it. Pookie and Ray Ray wear suits. Pookie and Ray Ray got education. Don't think every Pookie and Ray Ray is just some bum ass guy.
This is facts. Okay,
it's brothers who got it together who still get on their knees for a woman's protocol. You know what I mean? And they have done everything that they do, everything Pookie and Ray Ray do, but they dress it up. I believe in the naked truth. That's all. We're gonna take the clothes off that. You know what I mean? We're gonna strip you all the way down naked. You got to be honest about who you are and what you accept.
Right. So we gonna jump to my man Adam Idmore. So my man Chaos Rain. Before you speak, Adam, my man Chaos Rain says, "What's good? Keep it 100." He said, "You got bots in your chat room. Oh, do we have any wrenches in here? And if not, then I'm gonna have to deal with it myself. But I want to read this comment here." Jamfar says the good black man is construction of the black woman, imagination and fantasy that is a bastardization of Christ, loving, accepting of anything, and carries the weight of the bad black male behavior. There's some shit there. So right now we're gonna go to Mr. Adam Idmore. I know you got a lot to cover. Let's do it.
Yeah. Well, I'm gonna try to be very brief. Can you still hear me? I'm looking
coming through loud and clear.
Perfect. I'm gonna try to be very brief about it. Really, looking at the title and thinking about all the commentary we've had, especially the discourse we had about the politics of it. One thing that kind of connects these three ideas about Pookie and Ray Ray, educated lame of the good black man, is regardless of who came up with the term, these are effectively archetypes that black women have constructed based on how they select men, right? Not necessarily who these men are, but how these women select them. And when we look at the politics of it, when we try to correct these situations, when the so-called educated lame tries to, well, I'm gonna fix these pookies and then these women will be right. That's an act of altruism, right? That's selflessness, because correcting Pookie doesn't benefit you. If you still got to leave the hood anyway, then why are you coming back to fix this guy, right? On the other hand, the so-called good black man that instead of correcting the Pookie problem, he corrects the single mother problem by coming in to take care of these other kids. That's another act of altruism that still doesn't benefit the man himself. And that was one of the central themes, I think, of the discussion is the question why, right? Why would you take your time, your life, we live maybe to 80, 90 years old, and you're going to spend years of your life trying to solve problems that are not yours, trying to correct other people's lives, right? It doesn't make any sense. It's not beneficial. The Pookie Ray Ray war is pointless, right? That doesn't mean that we approve of their actions. This is by no means co-signing whatever actions they may or may not commit. But I think a lot of the vitriol towards the Pookie Ray Ray archetype isn't even going toward actual Pookies and Ray Rays, because we already know the statistics, right? How many of these men actually do commit crimes or in jail. So just because someone dresses and acts like and talks like a Pookie Ray Ray doesn't mean they actually are. I met plenty of dudes that be talking all that gangster stuff, and then it turns out they never slung no drugs in their life. They don't have no gun. They never did any of that. They just talk like it because they know that gets women. So they're just playing the game. How many of these guys actually are Pookies and Ray Rays, right? So it's a pointless endeavor to try and change that, or trying to be the good black man, quote unquote, and trying to save these women. That's a pointless gesture as well, because we've had a whole generation of men, Generation X, that purposely went out to marry these women and quote unquote step up. We have whole organizations called Black Men Step Up, right? We could look them up that try and get black men to take care of single mothers. We have church programs that do it. It doesn't work. It simply does not work. You could go to any local church. You can go to local community organizations. There are politicians who run on these platforms of trying to quote unquote get fathers to step up. Obama said that. This was the president of the United States who said, black men, we got to do better, right? What has that changed? Nothing. So these are pointless endeavors that waste our life, our limited life. And so I still want to ask the question then, right? What does it get you? What benefit is it? We need to stop, and Marcus, you went over this before in your show before about how the provider male is dead. There's another show, I forgot the specific title of it. I remember you mentioned this, how black men need to start thinking more about the benefits of what they're doing, about getting results, about getting something for what they're paying. And so when we look at this whole thing, that was, yes, there we go. That's about stop being a slave, because slaves work for free. Well, if you're trying to slave Pookie, you're being a slave. You're working for free. Ain't nobody, you're not a cop. Nobody paying you to fight Pookies or Ray Ray. What are you doing? You're not an orphan. You're not a women's shelter. Why are you trying to take care of single mothers, right? What we need to do with the limited life that we have, with these 30, 40, 50 years we have left, is take care of ourselves, because ain't nobody else coming for us. And spending that time helping single mothers or Pookie and Ray Ray, I mean, if that's how someone wants to spend their life, so be it. But I recommend that black men save themselves. Oh, I think you're muted, Mark. I can't hear you, bro. You speaking?
So, yeah, I'm back. Oh. So, yeah. So, the good black man, I agree, is this black woman creation. Good black man is anything a black woman wants him to be, for whatever she needs at the time. I don't know if Bay is with us any long. Bay, if you dare jump in, but the good black man is the simp, right? He's the guy they describe, and he's the guy that's actually doing, like, all of those guys you mentioned just a second ago. right? You're talking about, the guys who are out here, creating initiatives and this and that and the other. Understand, right? CDC put out a report that Black men are the most involved fathers.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So that means whatever image that we were putting out there where we were supposed to be deadbeats, the truth is the opposite. If there were men that were not taking care of the home, if that was a thing, and I'm not going to pretend that there's no deadbeats out there, right? And what I define as a deadbeat is a man that agreed to be a parent and reneged on that promise. I'm not talking about the guy that fucked the girl in the club bathroom and she got pregnant and she decided to have the casual sex baby. I'm talking about a man who agreed to be a father, to be a family with a woman and reneged on that promise. Right? Mm-hmm. That's what a deadbeat is.
Yeah.
Deadbeat ain't what you want them to be, right? So understand, right? I only mention that to say, okay, if we as Black men, right, we've had songs, Be a Father to Your Child and all of this and all of that. And I don't think that there's a Black man on this panel or in this chat that doesn't encourage taking care of your children. Our culture looks down upon deadbeats.
Yeah.
Okay, so because that is the case, we have addressed that issue. Now, will some guys walk away from their children? Okay, but in our culture looks down on deadbeats. What our culture does not look down upon is female dysfunction, and is actually looked down upon to mention it.
Facts.
Okay, he said, "Oh yeah, the Ed OG joint, Be a Father to Your Child." Right? If you're old enough, you remember Ed OG from Boston put out a song called "Be a Father to Your Child." Right? Right. So understand this, right? If we can't address that, right? Because you got good Black men that are still trying to fix the issue the wrong way by giving these. You can't award bad behavior. You understand what I'm saying? You can't reward bad behavior.
Yep.
Okay. Shout out to Dorian, and shout out to Dom. They just dropped out, right? But you can't reward bad behavior, and that's what Simps do. They think they're going to fix the issue by rewarding dysfunction. It doesn't work. It hasn't worked. It'll never work. All right. Pookie and Ray Ray, being addressed by the so-called educated lames, right? Whether they be lame or educated or both. Addressing them as a strategy to gain the favor of Black women is simpish in and of itself, because you're competing for vagina that doesn't want you. You're fighting the other guy. You're like the geek at the prom. You're like Marty. George McFly fighting Biff in the parking lot. Right? You're competing for vagina that doesn't want you. Okay? These are the women also that you pretend in any other conversation that you don't want are beneath you. They're loud, they're this, they're that, yada, yada, yada. All these red pill talking points. But then as soon as you launch any sort of attack, verbal or otherwise, against Pookie and Ray Ray in reference to, the community or Black women, you kind of lift your own skirt up and show what your true colors are. What you really in competition for the adoration of these women. That's what this is, right? Again, Pookie and Ray Ray are an issue, but they're not an issue nobody's going to go to war or start a movement based on you not being chosen by these already problematic females. Okay? And like you said, Pookie and Ray Ray is an archetype, but then you got real thugs. Like, Pookie and Ray Ray could be a guy who just dresses, walks, and talks like thugs.
Yep.
Like you said, and these guys, they play the role to get women because our culture idolizes these guys, right?
Yep.
Now, if you want to play Pookie to get pussy, hey, whatever you got to do. Right? Yep. But I'm not fighting your movement to save anything, to overturn anything, or to take away benefits that the state gave them, because the state, they created the problem, and they created the problem not by accident. And if it was an accident, the effects they don't want to remove.
Yep.
Why would you negotiate with the power structure to give you power when the whole point was to remove it from you? Right? So all lames ain't educated, and all educated men are not lame. And me and you, like, our discussion on that goes way back.
Oh yeah.
Way back from like I said, when we first came across each other, right? Mm-hmm. Way back. But understand, again, if you ain't cool enough for these chicks, find you some chicks that you cool enough for. You're a black man. You're edgy outside of the community.
Mm-hmm.
Just off the strength of being black.
Oh, I do want to mention one thing. I know there's closing comments, but I remember BG mentioned in the show once. He actually went over some of the statistics in a study on, these Pookies and Ray Rays that are having all this sex, and it turns out, I've even confirmed this anecdotally. It turns out they just end up paying for it one way or another. I had a whole bunch of dudes I'm cool with that been in and out of jail, Pookies and Ray Ray, from BX, Brooklyn, Queens, even. They're like, let's go to a strip club. I was like, what do I want to go pay money to watch women strip for? They say, nah, we be paying them and sleeping with them. I'm like, they just openly invite me to come, and like this is what they've been doing. So these dudes talk about, well, we can't get these chicks. Like, I mean, if it's really bothering you that you can't get cheeks, bro, just pay for it then. Just pay for it, because it gets to a point where it's kind of annoying that dudes just keep going on and on and on that they can't get cheeks because of Pookie and Ray Ray, and Pookie and Ray Ray paying for it. So just pay for it yourself. I mean, that's the problem.
The hustling dudes are the biggest tricks, bro.
Seriously, yeah.
The hustling dudes, they invented making it rain.
Yeah, literally.
They invented making it rain. Going to the strip club and throwing thousands of dollars on a chick just cause.
Yeah.
Just impress other people. The hustlers, they're the biggest tricks.
Yeah.
Bro, listen, me, nigga, I done tagged chicks with the dirtiest sneakers on, the most wrinkled t-shirt, the most scruffy face. Okay? Real shit.
That's real.
Real shit. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes I surprise myself.
Man, but it's real. It's real though.
Sometimes I surprise myself. It's a confidence thing.
Mm-hmm.
And what I want guys to walk away with, especially, we're doing this, creating high value shit again. Confidence, man. The things that I'm going to tell you in the future, and I ain't selling no fucking game coach bullshit. You can fuck with what I say or not, right?
Mm-hmm.
But confidence is a motherfucker, and a lot of these Ray Ray and Pookie niggas got confidence. Confidence, man. Like just a dumb belief in yourself. Look at Kanye. A lot of niggas hate Kanye.
Mm-hmm.
But that motherfucker, I mean, he has the talent to back it up, but understand, you just need unreasonable amount of self-belief. An unreasonable amount of self-belief. You'd be surprised what it'll get you.
Yeah.
You would be surprised. Hey, what's up, shorty? I'm sure this bitch is gonna diss me. Oh yeah, here's my number. You telling me these bitches is this fucking dusty niggas, and you listen. I'm not saying be dusty. I'm saying if you present in a great image to these chicks, the dusty nigga cannot compete with you. I don't give a fuck if you're short.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not 6 feet tall, gentlemen. I don't know how I look on the internet. I ain't the tallest nigga. I am not 6 feet. But I done fucked with, bitches taller than that. You understand what I'm saying? So, because I know that for a lot of guys, height is a thing.
Yeah.
Height is a thing, bro. For most of us, because we already know height is the minority. Tall niggas are the minority.
Yeah.
There's a lot of short niggas out here, and they must be fucking.
That study that came out, right?
Oh, I didn't see the study. I'm telling you my experience.
Oh, nice. First-hand experience. It is what it is, man.
And I'm the nigga that ain't supposed to get no pussy, right? So understand. Again, the game coach that he got everything going for him. Understand, you got to get it from a nigga that the odds is against him. Understand, fuck up Pookie and a Ray Ray, man. They are not your issue. Your issue is white supremacy and the simps and these bitches. It's a war against you, the women, and the simps. The good black men. Don't be a good black man, because then you become your own enemy. The good black man is the enemy, the quote unquote good black man. Nobody's telling you not to be a good guy, but you got to be a good guy within reason. They got to deserve that.
Facts.
I say it all the time, bro. I'm unapologetic, unwavering when it comes to what I demand from these women. And you in the groups that I'm in, bro, nigga, the baddest chicks, man. They,
Oh yeah, I seen them roll up.
At the end of the day, brothers, I want you, the Pookie and Ray Ray is not your issue. Outside of whatever violence you got to encounter, like Pookie and Ray Ray are violent individuals. That's what you got to deal with. Pookie and Ray Ray is not cock blocking you. Okay? For you guys that are educated, got your shit together, let these women see that you're winning and act like it. Act like it. There's a lot of big fat asses out here aside from the one that's fronting on you.
I want to say one thing and then I gotta bounce. To your point about acting like you're winning, when it comes to the sisters and they see the guys that are winning, unless they're winning on an extreme level, all they want to do is compete with those guys. They still don't respect the fact that you're on the right path.
Well, you know what the solution to that is?
Save yourself.
Fuck those bitches. Next. Abundance. There's more bitches than us. Yep. And if you're winning, there's even less niggas than you doing what you're doing. There will be a woman that will fuck with you and get on your program. Or simply suck your dick. Pussy is easy to get. Now, for guys who want relationships, if a woman won't get on your program, go elsewhere. These women are looking for niggas to be good black men. And if you don't want to be that, and that's what they're looking for, they will find them a simp. They will find them what they're looking for. They're not looking for you to correct them. They're not looking for you to lead them. They will look for the motherfucker that's going to, like D said, bow down and obey. You do the same. Play the game the bitches play. He said, women are not the prize. If you got your shit together, or if you're on your way to getting your shit together, understand, women bring pussy to the table. There's plenty pussy. Women want life-changing shit and resources from men. Pussy is not going to change your life.
It'll change it for the worse.
It's not going to change your life. Yeah, it might fuck your shit up and you fuck around, but understand, right? Understand. Next. And you got a poker face and you got to hold that shit. These chicks talking about never settle. Niggas never settle for peace. Obedience, submission, whatever fly word you want to use. And if you got to leave this motherfucker to get it, ain't no negotiating with no state or no feds or no, take the benefits away. It's going to make a chick submit to you that don't want, she's going to fight you. And she's going to use whatever other means that she has to not fuck with you. And even if she didn't have those means, she's not the chick you want anyway. That's it, man. Shout out to Masante Bay, who is right there. No, he's there. He's there, but he's not there. So, shout out to Cortez Smith. The black women said they wanted thugs. Therefore, they found the small 5 to 10% of black men who were thugs and multiplied them by breeding. They probably increased the thug quotient of the hood.
Thug quotient.
You know what I'm saying? Just by and got thug genetics lingering in the, they what did you say the word, Adam?
Microchimerism.
Yes. I'm about to play by. I'm gonna learn that shit. I'm gonna practice. I'm gonna practice saying that shit.
Don't forget the Pookie pretenders, the people who pretend to be thugs. They ain't really thugs just to get laid. People be really thinking there's more Pookies than who they actually are.
Check it out. Thank y'all for all coming up in here, man. I'm 900 plus. We on our way to 1,000.
Yes.
In this motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna be chopping this and screwing some of these videos so that y'all don't have to watch all of these 3-hour joints. And when you get a chance, man, check out the Keep It 100 news segments, man. People ask me about those, man, but hey, man, I need to see some views on those. Keep It 100 news. You go in the videos, you'll see them. They funny as shit, man, but it takes me all day to do them. I'll do more if y'all want them, right? I'll do more if you want them, but let me know. This was the Pookie and Ray Ray, Educated Lane, and the Good Black Man. Hopefully, we don't have to deal with this shit no more. And, Angry Man been roasting dudes on YouTube, because a lot of these Manosphere niggas is really softening up this message. They about to fuck this shit up trying to go mainstream. Everybody trying to be Kevin. It's not going to work, man. It's not going to work, man. Understand, this is Keep It 100. I ain't seeking that sort of attention saying what I'm saying. I got other shit that I do. I don't want to be Kevin Samuels. So you always going to get some raw shit here. You know what I mean? I ain't worried about saying trigger words that demonetize shit. If I hit 1,000 and y'all motherfuckers want to hit me with super chats, it's all good. But I'm here to say what's real, man. It's too many motherfuckers lying to us. It's too many people lying to us, man.
Facts.
So, with that said, we're going to do this again. Creating High Value, Volume 2 is coming, amongst other things. Thanks for kicking it with me, y'all. My man Adam, my man Shane is in the building.
Yo.
Did a Truth Show, right? Said, Nicki Minaj came at all of us. Nah, Nicki Minaj came at Fresh and Fit.
You know what's funny about that?
That's what that was about.
They made that comment talking. Well, Myron made a comment acting like he could put her in his place, but he couldn't hold his own against Brittany Renner.
That's a subject for another show, but still.
Yeah, Myron needs to sit his ass down. Yeah, he needs to sit his ass down. So, Jam Fall 777, man. If you ain't a subscriber, you need to become one because, yeah, I appreciated you tonight. I appreciated, my man Michael Gomez. A few others in the chat. Chaos Rain, I see you. Trying to go through all these names. We got 3 hours of names. Broken Blade, Awakened Black, Heterosexual. Brotherly Love, 215, Indigo Flow. Yeah, man. Shout out to everybody. Afro Shop, Hybrid Ninja. We out, y'all.
Peace.
Peace. 100. We're going to do this again next week. Holla. Peace.